Yo, yo, yo. Let me know how the audio sounds. Once again, did no testing. And also, as a bit of an apology going into this, I am on like my 3.5 week of like recovering from a sickness I had over the New Year's. So I have a lot of phlegm in my throat that I need to clear. So there may be points in time where you may hear some sniffling and or throat clearing. I'll try to mute my mic for those portions. So, but yeah. And also, it looks like Google 100% finally got rid of Hangouts. So I can't even have my icon on the stream showing that I'm talking anymore without going into like Google Meets. And Google Meets only lasts an hour unless you pay for the subscription like Brago does. So, and I'm not doing that. But I do have a little bit of a surprise that I may share. We'll see. What's up, boys? Is this the year you start Vagabond? Yo. You know, I'm a, you know, when is the year going to come that I actually start reading things, huh? Curious. Maybe this is the year that I finally finish the One Piece videos, who knows? Or do I keep frauding it up? We'll see. I'm just so spontaneously boring, you'll never know. Audio is a bit staticky. Hold on, let me turn off my fan. So I had a fan going on. Let me know if that sounds any better. But I had a fan going on in the background because it's like 84 degrees in my room and I am sweating my balls off despite it being only like 30 degrees outside because my room's all fucked up. So I had a fan on to try to mitigate my sweaty nature. Call me a Kainu. What's up, Hoodie? Did I hear that One Piece's ending got leaked on Reddit? It's the ending got leaked or just future plot points in the story? Because every 2 years, One Piece gets quote-unquote leaked. There was like 3 Wano leaks or 2 Wano leaks. Is it true that I'm quitting YouTube after the Wano video drops? I could if I wanted to. Do I plan to? No. But we'll see. It's not guaranteed that I'll be doing the things that I said that I would want to do. It just depends where I'm at mentally there by the time that I finish these videos. Drizzt, I dropped One Piece, all of a sudden my mental health improved, says Mr. Talk About It. It's weird how that goes. Yo, what's up, Dream? One Piece got leaked 4 times since you picked up the series and you started in 2019. Yeah, that's how it is. There's always some leak, something. Someone says I've got the manuscripts from Oda, or I'm an insider, and blah 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 blah. No, I have not caught the Vinland Saga. I'm still perpetually on chapter 16, right after the flashback. Yeah, how am I doing? Katakuri Nika Nika Muchi Awakening Solo One Piece Verse. What an incredible name. I'm doing alright. Like I said, recovering from being sick. I'm hot as shit right now. I wanted to play basketball today. Or go out and shoot with Druko. But it is snowing and too cold out. And I don't feel like driving 30 minutes to one of the only gyms that has a singular court in it that's always full. So I decided to stay in for the day. I ordered some food. And as you can see, we're streaming. I may stream later again as well, at least on Twitch, to play some Fire Emblem Engage, or maybe to show Dream how to play Mario Kart. Drizzt, have I seen or plan on watching Game of Thrones? I have only seen one full episode of Game of Thrones, and that was episode 1, back when I watched it at my old house back in Pennsylvania, for those that remember the basement days. Do I plan on watching Game of Thrones? No, not really. And this extends to House of Dragons as well. I feel like I kind of missed like the entire movement of the Game of Thrones stuff, and I kind of know what happened to it. So my motivation to read or to watch it at least is not that high. But yeah, we'll see. Ali says, yo, started German One Piece content on TikTok a few weeks ago. Going great. You inspired me to already spit facts. Never hold back on Oda's bullshit, my man. I love you. Yeah, it's going well. For you calling out BS. This is I may have to copy whatever you're doing. Have I read 1072? Is that the newest chapter? So just so you guys know, I have not read One Piece since the last time that I streamed. So the second week of December, I haven't read One Piece since then. So I don't know what chapter that was, but it's probably not what you're referring to. Yo, what's up, Trent? We need Durag Drizzt. You know, I would have to buy another do-rag, actually. Whenever I moved from Alabama to Ohio, I had to get rid of my do-rag because I didn't want to have it on me at the time. So I'll have to buy another do-rag if I want to be do-rag Drizzt. Drizzt got a post-game? No. Well, I mean, it depends on how good you are. No it factor. He isn't Jordan-esque. Yo, what's up, Satsuki? Yo, Shannon's raw. Well, Trent, I told you, what I did not feel comfortable buying the do-rag, bro. I went into a Walmart, and I was like, dude, am I going to get caught? People are going to give me stares? I wasn't doing it with confidence. I mean, Trent, you have to understand, this is not too long after I went to that barber shop that you guys made me go to, and I had to walk out embarrassed. Alright, so... Am I gonna get caught? Oh, shit. Oh. Fuck. Will I do a live read-through? A live read-through of what? Yearly Drizzt stream? Hey, I stream once every month and a half. That's fairly consistent. Cheated like it's illegal contraband. We need a story time video of that. I have one of my old Alabama streams archived, and I was watching just for visual of me with the do-rag on. I'm like, I actually I look all right with it. I might have to get another one, a green one. Carrie G says, big fan of you in general, sir. Oh my gosh, this top is amazing. So if you just happen to stream every once in a while to talk about random stuff, that's cool too. Hey, we appreciate. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Anytime my ego can get any bigger than it already is, I will take that opportunity. Thoughts on Dylan Brooks? You know, yeah, I have to give Dylan Brooks some credit. He looked unnaturally confident in that black tank top that was tucked into his shorts or whatever. That fit does not look good on him. What he was saying was nonsense, and he's just trying to act tough. But I mean, at the end of the day, we all know who got the internet points, and it was Shannon. You started applying to colleges. Are you, I'm assuming you're at the latter end of high school, maybe end of sophomore year, as it is now? Junior? Even senior? Who was gonna see it? You never know, Trent. I don't know. Actually, I'm pretty sure I just got rid of it just because I didn't think I was ever going to wear it again. Because obviously I wore it as a meme. I wasn't actually going to wear it as part of my wardrobe. And I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not taking this with me. I just threw it away. The thing was like $3 too, so I didn't really care. I know a lot of people asked you this already, but have you started to work on the Wano downfall video? So, as of right now, plans have somewhat changed in terms of, like, what my next priority is when it comes to, like, what the next thing I tackle in the downfall video series is going to be. As of right now, after thinking about it and looking at my notes, I may have to make a shorter, but separate video just for the Reverie before I get to Wano, because I was thinking about how long the Wano video was going to be, and how much I have to say about the Reverie now that we have almost the entire closure on it. And I figured that the Reverie portion, if I were to include it in the Wano portion, would probably make the video far too long. So right now, I'm writing the script for the Reverie. And once I'm finished with it, after I see how long it is, if it's around 40 minutes or longer, it will become its own video. And then I'll get that out, and then I'll focus on going back to the Wano stuff. The soundtrack in the back is crazy. Yo, Dark Souls is the GOAT. We all know this. Gym goals 23. Yeah, I mean, I've gone back to working out about 2 to 3 times a week. I actually had to give myself a bit of a break because I got some new shoes and those fucked my feet up. So my feet were aching. So I'm actually kind of glad I didn't go hooping today. Although I think I have to go to a different gym because there's like a Planet Fitness that's like 5 minutes away from me. So I went there and there's really not a whole lot in there. There's like some dumbbells and some stuff, but there's not a whole lot of equipment in there. Might have to go to one that's like 30 minutes away that I went to before with Draco. That one had a better equipment in it. But the Planet Fitness is so close, I may just go there for a bit because it's so close. Drizzt horror is dragging out the latest Kingdom arc so hard that it's making the first Zao arc look good. That's actually the first time I've heard anyone bring up anything Kingdom related other than Jonkins. Huh. So I'm assuming this is from your perspective. Kingdom is not in a good place right now. After, is this the arc following the arc that had like the ridiculously controversial ending that I won't spoil? Do I think the Lakers have any chance if everyone is healthy? If everyone's healthy, yeah. But that's the thing, is that for the Lakers, it's going to be a struggle just to get into the playoffs, and there's no guarantee that AD is going to be healthy. You guys know I've been advocating to trade AD for like 2 years at this point. And I still wish that the Lakers would trade AD because LeBron is good enough to carry a team if he has reliable people around him. I don't necessarily think they need two superstars. And the thing is AD is just so unreliable. He's an amazing player when healthy, but it's now not a question of when the Lakers get to the playoffs. It's if the Lakers get to the playoffs. I think they'd be better off getting what they could out of AD if it was a good package. Drizzt, do you ever think about making other content that isn't about One Piece, or are you trying to get the Downfall series out before any other content? Well, the only thing that I allow myself in terms of content to get out is Berserk content because of the state, the sad state that Berserk's in right now. But outside of that, I have imposed, and many people know this, I have imposed a I've been flailing myself with the One Piece Downfall videos. I have forbidden myself from even reading series that I think I would be interested in until I finish the Downfall series, because originally the plan was that once I finished my One Piece business, I would start reviewing other series just to get thoughts out there. And that still is kind of the plan, but it's not like I'm dead set on it anymore. But if I do read something, I kind of want my first impressions to still be there so that I can make a video on it, rather than reading it and then, like, if I wanted to make a video on it again, read it again later. How would you rank Shannon Sharpe as a fellow bronze sexual? He's top tier in my eyes. Well, I mean, his competition is Skip Bayless, so, I mean, think of that as what you will, but, I mean, Shannon is definitely a top-tier bronze sexual. He actually got, I mean, to give Shannon credit, LeBron came out and said that he would defend Shannon 24/7 and he would ride or die with him. So how many bronze sexuals have that sort of allegiance from LeBron who aren't former NBA players? I mean, you have to give him credit. Watch out for the lunk alarm. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that's so cringe. Will I delete One Piece after finishing the Downfall series? What does that mean? Will I delete One Piece? Yo. That is definitely some supervillain stuff. Planet's better than nothing for sure. Can still get gains there. Oh yeah, that's kind of why I said I'm probably still gonna go there just because I still can't get gains. But once I like move up a tier, I'll probably go to the better gym for better equipment. I'm trying to get Draco to go with me as well to a better gym so we can just motivate each other again, because we kind of lacked off on it, but we were making good gains last year. Gonna become a full-time Gintama YouTuber. Jesus Christ. Why you should read Yotsuba? Yotsuba is the GOAT. Come on, Satsuki. Satsuki, wait. Satsuki, have you read Yotsuba? I mean, I know it's not like a slice of life rom-com, but still, you should read it. You shouldn't let One Piece hold you back. Well, I mean, Gio, if I'm kind of committed at this point. You know, I'm in the final stretch-ish. If I start doing other content, I will never be able to finish the Downfall series. Avatar 2 thoughts? I have not seen it. From everything that I've heard, it seems alright. I haven't seen people slamming it as like a horrible movie. It's just, you know, it seems alright. Ant-Man Quantumania? Oh my fuck. Marvel. Read Ippo. I do plan to read Ippo. So that is planned. Mainly because Ippo is one of the only sports manga. I've gone to this before, but my words, much like history, are probably lost to time. I'm looking forward to reading Ippo because I think that's the only sports manga that I will truly like. As many of you know, there's not a single sports manga that I've read that I've loved. Or that I can say that I was actually invested in. But I think that would change with Ippo, given all that I know of it. Matt punching the air right now. Matt knows that I am not the biggest fan of the series. Matt, I read Haikyuu because Matt asked me to, and Matt knows that I'm not crazy on Haikyuu. Although I don't rip it as a bad series, but I don't really praise it that much either. I definitely have my fair share of issues with Haikyuu, but overall it's just an alright series for me. Never anything that I loved. Why do I think people are enjoying Egghead arc and don't like Wano? Well, I mean, the latter half of that question is sort of self-descriptive. Why don't they like Wano? I mean, I feel like you've been around for a while, Ice Wolf, and I feel like you should probably know why they wouldn't like Wano. As to why people are enjoying Egghead, mainly for lore, I'd imagine. There's really nothing going on in Egghead outside of, like, playing games with lore. So there's not really a whole lot. I mean, I have my criticisms of Egghead, but it's nowhere near comparable to the trauma that people went through when it comes to Wano. There's multiple degrees lower. It's the next new thing. It doesn't feel like it's trying to be too big. Egghead obviously isn't an important, serious arc. So it's a lot easier to be along for the ride to enjoy. And there's also no story to Egghead as well. So you kind of just sit back and read it. What happened to my last stream? I just did not upload it. I forgot about it. And I didn't upload it. Ippo and Slam Dunk, from what I remember, it's been a while, would definitely match your taste. Slam Dunk, really? I do not have high expectations for Slam Dunk. As a matter of fact, I expect that Slam Dunk would be among the lowest of the sports manga that I've read. So it's interesting you say I would like it, because, I mean, I formed, like, opinions on it based on what I know. And I don't know if, maybe I just don't know enough about the series heading into it. Favorite NBA player of all time? Come on, you know that. It's Braun, baby. Do I have a My Anime list? I do not. Drizzt, watched The Last of Us show. It's amazing and at times better than the game. Well, I never played the game, so I don't really have any intention of watching the show. Because I feel like I would only want to watch the show if I played the game, just so I can actually kind of get the most value out of it. And you guys know that I don't really watch TV shows in general anyway. But I did hear that the first episode was very good. When will I start my gaming channel? Have you heard you are going pro in a certain game? Well, little did you... I mean, listen, if you go to my VOD channel, Dream, I think I still have some older videos of gameplay that I've uploaded from Smite back when I wasn't as good at it. But gaming channels don't really work anymore. Like, I would have to stream it to be successful. Gaming channels died off. Unless you're in certain games. And unfortunately, the games that I'm good at aren't very popular. And would not do well on YouTube. What would you criticize about LeBron? Listen, there are a lot of things I could criticize about LeBron. LeBron's my favorite player, but I think some of the things that people who defend LeBron don't really acknowledge is that a lot of the criticism about him does tend to be valid. LeBron has a lot of things that's wrong about him, but I still love that man. I would love LeBron even more if he didn't have any social media. LeBron might be one of the worst social media users from any all-time great ever. I mean, he could be the worst even. Will I do a One Piece downfall for every arc that will come in the future, or will it end with the Wano one? So my plans as of right now are that so there are going to be, if it goes as predicted, there will be 3 more videos coming for One Piece. There will be the downfall of One Piece Reverie, the downfall of One Piece Reverie, and then a separate short video for like the epilogue. After I do the epilogue for the downfall of One Piece, I do not intend to do any more videos about One Piece in terms of like their downfall or whatever. And obviously I'm not going to be doing any more theories or even discussion videos, unless it's like some fringe thing that I think is actually worth doing. But that doesn't mean that there won't or couldn't be a video at some point in time. It all depends on where I'm at mentally. Like I said, in terms of predicting, did I say Reverie twice? Alright, well, the second Reverie was supposed to be Wano. So 3 videos, Reverie, Wano, and then epilogue. But if Oda truly does a Kishimoto and just completely falls on his face, I will only do another downfall video if I am angry. Really. Oda would have to make me care again to do another downfall video after what I'm doing right now. And I predict that that won't happen. But that would be the only way that I would do another one. Feel like gaming content is only on Twitch now. For the most part, gaming content is Twitch only, but there are certain video games that do better on YouTube than they do on Twitch. Like, for instance, Rust. Rust does very well on YouTube. but it doesn't have a big audience on Twitch. And that has a lot to do with the type of game that Rust is. It's much more enjoyable in video format than it is in a stream. Hasanabi started One Piece. Jesus Christ. And he's loving it so far, but he's at Eni's lobby and he hates Usopp. Alright. At the end of Eni's lobby or at the beginning? Drizzt, is Kareem greater than LeBron? I don't think so. What do I think the One Piece is? I don't know. I don't care enough anymore to think about it. So I don't have any theories on it. I really do not care what the One Piece is. I should probably put an asterisk on that. I care if it's bad, but I don't really care if there's like a mystery answer. So only if One Piece becomes peak again, followed by a terrible ending. Well, that would be one way of getting me to make another video, but another one would be if like, let's say there's like a historical fumble that like reignites my anger at the series having gone downhill. I don't think this is going to happen because I feel like I finally reached the point where that's not going to happen again. But if something truly bad happened to something that I once loved or had faith in, and that made me care enough to make another video, then that's how it would happen. Other than that, the story would have to be good to a point where I would actually care to read it again, which I don't think is going to happen. Because I'm like already out at this point. I don't think there's anything Oda can do to make me care again. Kishimoto the GOAT, no hate, please. Right. Exactly. Thoughts on the 10 of Hunter x Hunter chapters? So I have not read the last two in that series of 10. But for me, big disappointment. Like Fraud Hawk? Even if Fraud Hawk became canon, I don't think that would get me to come out of my shell. But yeah, I guess something like that, where like there are certain things you guys know that I would care about. You know, I mean, like I'm totally out on Dragon, so I don't care about Dragon anymore. I've given up on Akainu. I think those characters are already ruined. So yeah, it would have to be something like a Mihawk or like something really bad happening to a Straw Hat. Drizzt, I missed the stream until now. Thoughts on the potential Edo Tensei? Well, you guys are going to have to tell me. As I said earlier in the stream, I haven't read One Piece in a little over a month, so I don't know what this Edo Tensei stuff is. So, you'd have to fill me in for once. Will we get a reaction for that Mihawk versus Zoro data book? Data book. All right. Yeah, sure. Hunter x Hunter or Yu Yu Hakusho? Well, I've never read or watched the entirety of Yu Yu after season 1 of the TV show, so I can't really compare them. Have I given up on Gin and Captain Kuro? Captain Kuro's the GOAT, but the community gave up on Gin in Wano because all of the Gin Wano Zoan theories with Krieg and Kaido disappeared. Yo, welcome to the stream, Felix. So cloning is a thing in One Piece, and I don't know how to feel about it. Stussy is a clone. Alright. Stussy turned out to be a clone of Weevil's mom. So Stussy is a clone of Bakken. Whatever. I mean, Slussy's pretty boring, so that's... So I'm assuming people are just afraid of, you know, how many times could someone be a clone of something, right? I'm assuming this is where a lot of the discussion comes in, is how many clones of how many people are there? Yes, essentially. Oh, okay. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if done... I mean, it's Oda, so... Fuck. It's always a game as to where his lines are. Obviously, there's great potential for great bad with this. But, you know, if it just stays on things that don't really matter, then it'll be fine. But if the cloning stuff goes too far, then obviously we do have an Edo Tensei-ish situation. Lucy and Kaku have confirmed awakenings. Yeah, see, that's one of the I mean, as you guys are aware, maybe if you remembered, I said that as soon as CP0 showed up on the ship outside of Egghead Island, that was a bad idea. I don't think Lucci and Kaku provide any value whatsoever to the arc for Egghead, but there's going to be some every time there is an awakened Delphi user, or anytime there is a character that has anything to do with anything that could have been in Wano, there's going to be some residual bitterness and the potential for it to just not work on the audience because of how things failed in Wano. And you know, every time you see an awakened Delphi user, it's just going to remind you of the Beast Pirates and Kaido. Is a thumbnail about your Wano video? Yes. I think cloning is going to be a big part going forward. It depends on in what way. Because that's what matters the most. It's not necessarily the idea of cloning. It is how it's utilized in the story that really matters. Which is why there's the potential for... I don't think the good side of it is actually that high in terms of like being a positive for the story. I think it just adds more like, oh wow, there's cloning, ooh, science. Science in One Piece isn't particularly interesting, so I don't think the cloning stuff really has a whole lot of a high ceiling, but we'll see. I think it would be better if it does not have great importance. Drizzt. Also, Kizaru is arriving on Egghead. Yeah, I think the last chapter I covered, Kizaru was on his way to Egghead. So I vaguely remember that. Garp is going with Helmeppo on Hachinozu to save Kobe and fight Blackbeard. Hachinozu. He's going with Helmeppo on the island next to Vegapunk's thing to save Kobe and fight Blackbeard. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's going nowhere. Yeah, that Garp stuff's going nowhere. I don't see a great outcome for that. And I've already given my opinion that I think that the Kizaru is either going to be a factor that eventually helps the Straw Hats on Vegapunk, on Egghead. No, as I mentioned before, it's not going to be a case of Kizaru like switching sides to become a Straw Hat helper. It's going to be a matter of circumstance. We know that Sentomaru is someone that Kizaru probably gives a shit about. We know that Vegapunk has used Kizaru's abilities, so he's obviously talked to Kizaru. They're the bodyguards for Vegapunk. So they probably actually like Vegapunk. If Vegapunk's in trouble, there is the possibility that either Kizaru unwillingly or like unknowingly helps the Straw Hats as a consequence of his actions. Like I said before, either Kizaru comes in guns blazing, and then Oda has to defuse the situation, which will probably end up in having the admirals look bad once again for the 100,000th time. Or what Kizaru does inadvertently helps the Straw Hats. Does cloning explain why the pink mamba, Jesus Christ, you call him the pink mamba, is so close in ability to air Garp? Air Garp! Oh, that's funny. What do you think will be the result of Law versus Blackbeard? Well, the result's going to be interesting because one thing that can't happen unless somehow this got undone later on in the series is Law can't lose his devil fruit because the eternal use surgery and the potential for it gets significantly reduced if Law isn't the person that gives someone eternal use surgery, which then ends up killing him or some bullshit. And if he lost the ability to Blackbeard or something, then I don't think that would be a good move. It might make sense, Although it doesn't really seem like Blackbeard mentioned Law's feud or even caring about it. But the outcome's going to be interesting. Obviously, Law should lose. And he will lose. It's just whether or not... Obviously, he's not going to be killed either. Law will be saved for later. So Law will either be captured, somehow spared, his crew destroyed, some form of defeat. So it's a lose-lose. I mean, the Kizaru thing, like I said, the Kizaru thing could go numerous ways, but the most likely scenario, the most likely results aren't going to be amazing. I mean, like, in your wildest dreams, what are the most likely scenarios of Kizaru coming to Egghead? We've reached a point in the story where, like, Kizaru coming to Egghead really doesn't matter. From a power scaling perspective, Kizaru's not particularly relevant anymore when it comes to the Straw Hats. And we're at a power scaling perspective now where it's like Kizaru can't come in and just willy-nilly wreck the Straw Hats without Oda treading ground that he's treaded numerous times, but that would ultimately make it not a good thing, which is like, the Straw Hats being nerfed by the plot, and so the Admirals then again get another L. Then, like, there's no world where there's like a giant confrontation. Like, if Kizaru is defeated, it's not good for the story, in my opinion. If Kizaru defeats the Straw Hats, like fights Luffy and beats Luffy, that's probably not a good idea either. So, I mean, there's only so many ways that stuff can go, and most of it isn't going to be like a definitive power scaling W. So, like, what do you do with that? It's gotta be plot related because, I mean, Kizaru was already on his way to Egghead before the orders for blah 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 were given, right? So obviously Kizaru's not on his way to kill Vegapunk. Which then leads more credence to... Well, I mean, that's what we assume. It could be... Like, he could come there and assassinate Vegapunk, but I highly, highly doubt he does that. I don't think Vegapunk is going to be revealed in this arc just to die. So, yeah. Am I watching or reading anything recently? Not really. Not really. I haven't really been reading or watching much. Do I think Oda cares or remembers the surgery thing? Oh, he definitely remembers it. Now, what I think we have to accept is that with Law's surgery, it kind of depends. Oda's done some very weird things with Law as a character that, for me, have kind of dispelled some of the things that I used to like about Law. I do think that Oda did Law very, very dirty in Wano. But he definitely remembers, and that will be an important part of the story, because logically there's only so many things in the story that you can do when you set a character up with an ability like that. And it would be very, very ill-advised for Oda to not pull the trigger on something very, very obvious that, in theory, could yield you a lot of benefits. Because, I mean, the idea behind Law's eternal youth, or essentially self-sacrifice for someone else, is not something you sacrifice by having his fruit stolen by someone else. Unless, like I said, Law somehow, at some point in time, gets his fruit back. Which would be very weird, but it's not impossible. If Law got his fruit stolen by Blackbeard and then later on the story got his fruit again, you would then ask yourself, like, that's pretty weird, but that could happen. Drizzt, do you think Oda talked to Kishi again because of the cloning stuff? Cloning was brought up in Boruto as well. No, I don't think they talked about, I don't think Oda called Kishimoto up like, yo, how did you do the cloning thing so well? I really liked it in the 4th grade Ninja War. I think it's mainly a coincidence. Now, it may not be a coincidence in the fact that cloning exists in the story. There's the potential that Oda, I feel like there was an interview somewhere stating that Oda liked the 4th grade Ninja War. I can't remember if that's cap or not, though. But we do know that Oda liked Naruto, so there's, regardless, the possibility of him taking inspiration from the 4th grade Ninja War and using some of that for his own creativity, that's entirely possible. Usually if you see your rival do something, it inspires you to do something as well. Yo, what's up, Pirate King Season? Do I think Kizaru would be the one to introduce Logia Awakenings, like actually using it in and explaining it? Kizaru could certainly be the first one to showcase what it's about, yeah. That's feasible. Drizzt, the way you're explaining the whole Kizaru situation, it sounds like a lose-lose situation that Oda might have wrote himself into a corner. That's entirely possible. There's probably a lot of things that I'm not considering, though. It's just a matter of, like, I don't know. It's this entire Kizaru situation suffers as a consequence of how badly the world government and the Marines are in the story right now, and what would really be necessary to make that situation like a whole net positive. We'll see. The best case scenario for Kizaru is probably that he shows up, he showcases a few things, and ultimately, like, nothing really happens that much. There's a couple reveals, or maybe there's like a hint of something in the future, but ultimately not a whole lot can happen. That would be like amazingly great in my opinion, unless I just haven't thought of that scenario. Do I see myself rereading Bleach? Is this Fiji's burner? A burner that has been in my chat for years? Yeah, sure, I could reread Bleach. It's not in my priority, though. They were friends. Yeah, of course they were friends. They were also rivals, though, which is important. Any thoughts on Bonnie's devil fruit? On the devil fruit? You kind of want to elaborate more on that? Like, what should I be thinking about Bonnie's devil fruit? Drizzt, thoughts on Kid's role in Elbath, taking more L's, confront Shanks? Bro, does it even matter? Like, genuine question for Kid. Does it even matter what he does now? I don't know. As far as Kid's role in Elbath, whatever. I guess it really just depends. Like, Kid's future really just depends on if Oda does anything with the whole Shanks connection. That is probably the best case scenario for Kid, is just what he can be used for to further whatever Oda has planned for Shanks. Do I think Oda has become more misogynistic? Well, he is a Japanese man that's getting older, so, you know, the chances are pretty high that he's becoming more misogynistic with age. Yeah, I mean, I would say that he's become more misogynistic. I don't think that would be a hot... I don't think that should be considered a hot take either. Drizzt, why aren't there more people talking about how bad One Piece has become? Well, I mean, this seems like a question you could probably answer yourself, Spacey. Why? Answer it for me, and I'll elaborate on anything that you may have missed. Why do you think there aren't more people talking about how bad One Piece is? Gunter says, Drizzt, did you reread Act 3 already? Yep. I have finished my notes for Act 3. Drizzt, the two main theories currently for clones is that Weevil is Whitebeard's actual clone and not son, and Tashigi is Koina's clone. Okay, so the Tashigi being Koina's clone kind of just ruined my day. Oh, fuck Tashigi. Oh my god. Yeah, you guys know how I feel about Tashigi and Zoro. God damn it. I mean, it's got strong conventional evidence pointing towards it. Oh, Mugiwara, Matt. Yo, hello, baby. When do you plan on starting The Wire? And also, what do you think about Kizaru coming to AK? I missed that part. Miss you. Maddie. What's up, Matt? I did promise you I would eventually start The Wire. That is true. And also, what do I think about Kizaru coming to Egghead? I did kind of just talk about this, Matt, so you really did just miss it. But in short, we can talk about this later in call if you want, if you plan on visiting the hall this afternoon. But I don't really think there's a whole lot of good that can really come of Kizaru coming to Egghead. Do I believe that Sanji will find the All Blue thanks to discoveries he makes, or will it be because it coincides with Luffy's dream? Well, I mean, the answer is both. But basically, it's all going to come happening really at once. There will be a singular point in time where the All Blue actually matters, because it will coincide with something related to the One Piece, and then Sanji will probably be the one spearheading, like, that information. How do I feel about Bleach? Have I completed it? No. So my history with Bleach is obviously, like many people, I grew up watching Bleach on Adult Swim. I used to videotape it on VHS at night so I could watch some episodes later. Like I did with a lot of anime at the time, because I watched all of the anime on Adult Swim. I liked Bleach. I read it when I was older, like probably around 2016, 2017, shortly after I kind of finished One Piece. Like when I caught up to One Piece, I started reading and watching Bleach. So I watched Bleach until the Fullbring stuff. Then I read the Fullbring stuff. I read partway into the Thousand Year Blood War, and then I kind of like got off of it for a while. And that's when I became aware of like all of the drama around it, and I never actually read the Thousand Year Blood War. As far as my overall opinions on Bleach, it's I consider Bleach to be, you know, kind of mediocre. Although I would say that out of many of the shonen MCs, I would say that Ichigo comes off as being one of the most likable and least likely to annoy people and drive them away. because he's kind of just generically honorable and cool. But I'm not too big of a fan of Bleach. It's definitely my least favorite, historically, of the big three. Drizzt, is Fiji's hate for One Piece a side effect of ZKK? Oh my god. Or is it justified? It would be hard to... I think it would be... If Fiji was being 100% honest, I think it would be hard for him to deny that there is some connection with how he feels about One Piece now, alongside ZKK crumbling. Because much like how Morge put a lot of his faith and hope into the raid failing, these ideas are really more than what they appear. It isn't just a theory being right or wrong for either of these people as to what made it really important to them. It's kind of like the last vestige of hope, the last thing that could have happened that would have corrected many of the wrongs that people saw in these series. So the raid stood for a lot more than just it being, you know, right as an idea. And the same for ZKK for a lot of Zoro fans as well. It's the same principle, just, I mean, they're both kind of equally as likely. But yeah, I mean, it's... what I want to say is that Fiji's dislike of One Piece currently is definitely linked to ZKK, but it's not entirely focused on that one thing. Fiji knew that a lot of problems existed within One Piece, and if he didn't, then he definitely knew, because obviously, you know, I've been arguing with people for years about this stuff, so, you know, the ideas go around as people begin to talk more. But people focus on the ZKK thing with Fiji because he was kind of at the spearhead of it. Let's see, I'm catching up to comments, boys. Let me say a second. Oh, someone said, Drizzt, which is the best out of the big three? I'd probably have to reread Naruto and see how I feel before I answer that. Because it's definitely between Naruto and obviously One Piece. Did I enjoy Act 3 even more on the reread? Mappy following up on my answer for the Kizaru stuff. I gotcha. I feel like it will be a lot of teasing unless Oda just decides to let go of the reins and let his characters do what they're supposed to do. Well, the thing about that, Matt, is I don't even, like, even if that was a scenario, I don't know if we're at the point in the story where, like, that's even a good idea right now. Like, if Kizaru went 100% completely ham at Egghead, I feel like that could also cause problems. Let's see here. In Boruto, there was a Jesus Christ, just saying that name just gives me a conniption. In Boruto, there was a chapter explaining how few important character aspects and what Oda... What the hell? In Boruto, there was something explaining about Oda? What are we talking about? Oh, no, their concepts were basically identical. Well, I mean, how unique can you even get with cloning? I don't know if I would say those are necessarily connected in terms of like them copying each other, or that's just like the natural through line for cloning ideas. Drizzt, at what point did Sanji become my least favorite character in all of fiction? Which arc? Whole cake. Fairly easy answer. Whole cake. Gavin says, Drizzt, Morgan and Randy both had a worse impression of Wano after a reread. So much for reading in bulk versus weekly. Do you also feel that way when you took notes? So, if you remember, I tried to get people to help me to take notes on Wano. Because I knew that the process of rereading Wano and taking notes on it would basically rip my soul out. And once I had to take notes myself because getting help didn't work that much, it would be completely accurate for me to say that after 2 chapters of taking notes, I would reach my limit and I would have to stop. Like, I would have to force myself to continue because it was I just couldn't do it. Specifically due to my relationship with One Piece, rereading Wano may have been like the worst reading experience, and reading Wano in general may be my worst reading experience of all time. The raid feeling was worse than ZKK to me, says Matt, but both were wild theories. Power scaling, the raid feeling versus ZKK. Yeah, I would say the raid feeling was a bit worse, actually. But, as you say, they were both wild. Also, I'm going to skip forward in comments, guys, so that I can catch up. If I missed anyone's questions, just repost them, please. Let's see. You don't have to, I mean, your English is fine, sure, you're good. One reread an analysis sounds abysmal. Hey, Sage, what's up? It was awful, Sage. As you could well imagine, as anyone can imagine. It was horrible. Why did anyone ever think ZKK would ever be a thing? See, I hate when people ask these questions because then I have to actually say a few things that's like quasi-defense for how ludicrous that idea was. The idea of Zoro and killing Kaido has little merit, but it does exist to some degree. It was just never going to happen. And that's basically Oda's fault. But there's a lot of things that Oda did not do well with Zoro and Wano, and one of them is the whole Kaido stuff. Because there was definitely more than a handful of lines to stipulate something happening with Kaido that Luffy couldn't do. Do I think Zoro's character died in Wano? I think it died in Punk Hazard. But it was certainly finished off here in Wano. Do I think Akainu was already ruined? Yeah, I mean, if Akainu isn't already ruined, he is at like the he is at like as far gone or almost as you could possibly be. Like, he would have to be saved from where he's at right now, because I don't know how you can really take and really look forward to and value a Kainu anymore. What Oda has done to the Marines and the world government is nothing short of just like world building suicide in a way. Have I finished Elden Ring? Well, of course. Of course. Wano week-to-week discussion compared to Egghead discussion, which was more interesting? Well, that's kind of weird and also impossible for me to answer, because I was around for Wano until Act 3 when I disappeared, like the Avatar. Whereas I am not in the community right now. Like, I have nothing to do with Egghead. I have not been paying attention to Egghead. I have not been participating in discussion with Egghead. So that is not something I can even answer. Who is my favorite Straw Hat now? Do I have one? I don't know. Like my favorite Straw Hat would probably just be me coping off of my previous love for them. I would have to damage control to see which one still is closer to the top after all of the bullshit they've been through. Maddie B says, Drizzy, the reason I say Kizaru should go all out on Egghead is simply because the Marines are gonna be up against a Yonka from this point into the story. Is there a follow-up to this one? If Kizaru holds back, then his actions leading up to this point will be kind of weird. Why just charge to Egghead and ignore orders if he's not gonna be on the same agenda as he was in Sabaody? Well, I mean, there are reasons within the story that I could give you, Matt, as to why that could be the case. Now, would they be satisfactory? Probably not, but they're like, let's pretend as if the only route for Kizaru coming to Egghead is the manner that you say, which is him going all out. Then we run into the inevitable crossroad of how does Oda handle that when Kizaru is up against a force greater than himself? How satisfying could the answer be, or how satisfying could the experience be that Oda gives for Kizaru pulling up like 100% ready for game time, and then Oda has to like bullshit the Straw Hats around that? If Kizaru goes ham and Oda has to hold back or like pull some capery nonsense out to kind of just obfuscate the plot and move things forward, does it really help the Marines that much? Like what their core issue is? I don't know. I feel like that could be a road that has as many troubles as the one that is him basically not being on that type of energy. We'll see. It's just I don't really have a whole lot of faith with Oda and power scaling, or those moments being satisfying. I don't know how it happens. Drizzt, when you watched the anime, what were the most hyped moments for me? For me, it was Luffy defeating Lucci. Oh, obviously. I mean, that's one of my favorite moments in One Piece. Jet Gatling undefeated. Most hyped moments. Hyped, specifically. I mean, there's the obligatory Thriller Bark. We already know. That's Zoro greatness. Low-key, one of my favorite moments in terms of hype was just Mihawk pulling up on Shanks' crew. Love that moment. Top tier hype. That's going to be a lot of Marineford. Yo, what's up, Fish? Drizzt, what's your opinion on Castlevania? I finished a month ago. I really liked it. It's amazing. So, I'm a lifelong fan of the Castlevania video games. I have not watched the Netflix series. Glam has. Glam likes it. I've heard that it's pretty good. I know that also that the creator of the Castlevania Netflix series wants to do Berserk as well. So, I have respect for them just for that. Drizzt, could you elaborate a bit more about the world-building suicide with the world government and the admirals? You're going to have to wait. I'm not going to unleash the load because that is a fairly significant portion of a talking point that I'm either going to include in Wano with Green Bull or maybe even in the Reverie. We'll see how the script working goes. Drizzt, as a hardcore admiral and a kind of fan, it hurts me what Oda did to them. As one of the historical admiral defenders in the One Piece community, how do you think I feel? Especially, like, was there a bigger Akainu stan than me? Was there? Nope. At least not among content creators. I was surely the #1 Akainu stan. Least damaged Straw Hat? Least damaged? Brooke? Drizzt, is the last thing Kata said to Zoro at the roof funnier in the reread than it was already? Gosh. It was funnier. Mr. Talk About It. Did we ever find out why and how he lost his eye, or did I not pay attention? Well, Luffy already knows. That was off-screened on the way down to Fishman Island, because Luffy asked about Zoro what happened to his eye or whatever, like what happened to him, and Zoro starts talking to him about like where he was, and he's like, "You're never gonna believe this." So I do believe Luffy kind of knows already. I may have gotten that exact dialogue mixed up, and it was just where he was with Mihawk, but there is some off-screen importance with Zoro and Luffy on the way down to Fishman Island. I kind of forget. I have to look at my notes. Drizzt, don't know if you've said it before, but do you think there's a way to fix Wano, or are the problems that plague it exist before the arc requiring fixing of previous arcs? Is there a way to fix Wano? I mean, Wano's over. Are we talking about Wano in a nutshell? Like, if we started Wano back from chapter 1, was there a way to make it a not bad arc? If that's the question, then the answer is surely yes. How long will the supposed Wano video be? I can't tell you yet. It's going to be long. That's all I know. It's part of it depends because I have to decide how exactly I want to tackle the structure of the Wano video. I'm leaning towards going very detailed. So it'll probably be a long one, boys. Can characters alone carry a story? Yes. Drizzt, how do you feel Lucci has been handled pre to post time skip? So let me stop the music for a bit. I'll put on something else later. How do I feel? Well, let's see. Let me pull this up. How do I feel Lucci has been handled pre to post time skip? Well, I mean, there really wasn't a whole lot going on with Lucci prior to Egghead. I mean, I would say a lot of people would even argue that they became lesser fans of Lucci as soon as they saw him kind of just being a bark dog for, like a dog for the Celestial Dragons. I didn't really have as much of a problem with that as other people. But in terms of where Lucci is right now, I just feel like Lucci was brought in at a wrong time. I don't really feel like Egghead does a whole lot of good for Lucci as of yet for what's happened. It also doesn't help that as an organization, I think the greatest harm that has been done to Rob is not necessarily what has been done specifically to him. It is the nullification of what people wanted from CP0 to begin with. CP0 is a joke. They suck. And we know they suck now, as a canonical fact that they're ass. That does more damage to old Robbie than him getting, like, beaten by a Luffy again or something. Let me see here. Drizzt, remember when Long Ring Long Land was considered the worst One Piece arc at a point in time? It used to have it so good. Well, I mean, that take was always kind of yeah, I don't know if I ever agreed with that. How do I feel about Cross Guild? Not a fan. Not a fan. Drizzt, how would you have felt if Mihawk became an admiral? What? How am I supposed to answer that? What kind of question is that? How would I feel if Mihawk became an admiral? That was not a question I was expecting. This wouldn't have happened if you dropped out a kind of video 3 years ago, Drizzt? Or was my foresight just so godly that I knew that I just could not release that video? Just really gave us Admiral fans representation on YouTube. Every content creator is a dragon or Yonka-san. Hey, listen, I fought for the Admirals, skin and nail. All of those top 30s, I fought the good fight. Yo, what's up, Wing? What were the earliest signs that Wano wasn't going to be good for me? very early on in Act 2. Very early on in Act 2. As far as the first couple chapters, actually, of Act 2. If any of the people were around that were here when I was making weekly reviews on the chapters in Act 2, you would know that I made very long videos, very long reviews, just losing my mind at Act 2. So, yeah. I mean, I was probably among the first to say that Wano was ruined in Act 2. And arguing for it. God, I'm fucking hot. Oh, shit. Drizzt, were there moments in Act 3 read where you had to laugh? Not really. It was mostly just suffering. I'm not gonna lie. Drizzt, do you dislike how Aang's team Avatar was handled in Korra and how Naruto was handled in Boruto? Well, I mean, I haven't read Boruto outside the first few chapters. But as far as Team Avatar and Korra, did I dislike how they were handled? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Is it confirmed that Big Mom and Kaido are dead? It is not confirmed. Drizzt, dude, what would it take to get you to make a bunch more videos or streams? I'd even take them if they were all One Piece rants. Damn, Cody, you want it, don't you? Is that a Kaladin profile picture I see, Cody? Oh, that's right. You were the other Stormlight fan, were you not, Cody? What would it take? I mean, it would take for me to be more motivated, I suppose. Yo, maybe if I got a few Surfshark sponsors, like Morge did. Wasn't Drizzt hyped for Orochi? Not really. The only time people were, I mean, like, I was hyped whenever I first saw the shadow of his devil fruit when he was talking to CP0 before his design was revealed. I was interested. And the highest interest there ever was in Orochi, historically, ever, was before we saw what he looked like and before we got to Wano, when people were desperately begging that Orochi would be a very strong samurai. Or the Shogun of Wano would be an immensely strong samurai so Zoro could fight him. And then it was kind of like slowly downhill from there. Just when the amnesia happened, I was out. There was a great rattling when that chapter came out. I mean, the stream's no longer up on my channel, but when I had a stream with Matt, we were planning on talking about, I think, Conqueror's Hockey. That stream turned into a community-wide kind of venting and discussion on how bad the Big Mom stuff was, and many of the other YouTubers joined for the conversation. That was a fairly big talking point early on in One Piece, and it seems that, there's so many other things that have happened that's actually kind of just like, been buried a bit. Drizzt, what do you think of Tashigi being a clone of Koina Theory? It breaks my soul. It is depressing. The Udon prison had the potential to make Wano a top 3 arc, and the fact that it was all jokes with little to no sense of stake made it really hard to digest. Teddy, I don't even know if you were there, Teddy. How hard did I go on Udon? When Udon was coming out, I was losing my fucking mind at Udon. Oh my god, I hate Udon prison so much. Oh god, so bad. That shit was so awful. What a horrible experience that was week to week. Drizzt, I remember you tried to read the webtoon called Kubera. What did you think of it? Naya Hemmingsburner asking. I read the first some odd chapters of Kubera like 5 years ago. I don't remember much about it. I remembered not disliking it. I was interested, and then I just kind of fell off for no reason at all, like what usually happens in many of the manga that I read. I kind of don't prioritize it, and I push it to the side, and then I play some video games, and I forget. And then I don't get back to it for a long time. Remember when I took a break from Kingdom, and the last time I read Kingdom was like 4 years ago? Morge was selling the established title's Irish plot of land scam. Well, it is 100% a scam. Most YouTubers do not care about like the legitimacy of sponsors, though. So, and to be fair, how many people actually gave a shit? Do I remember my first disappointment in Wano? Let me see. What happened first? No, this had to have happened first. My first disappointment in Wano. So I'll scale them because they kind of go up. My first disappointment in Wano was Basara Town. As many of you know, parental or children plot lines are amongst my favorite when it comes to tropes and storytelling. So I was originally heavily invested in the whole Tama Luffy thing. So I was looking for something a bit more meaningful to happen whenever Tama got captured. But the whole gaggish nature of Hold'em was a bit disappointing to me. I wish it was actually kind of, it mattered more. Him pulling her cheeks with a plier was comical. And I think Oda could have done a better job to sell that. But then, what does not that logic apply to? After that, the first thing that would come to mind, I think this happened right after that, would be Jack getting absolutely fucking folded and pieced up by Fat Man Doji. I believe that's what happened next chronologically, and after that, I was not too happy with the time travel stuff. Let's see. Catching up to the comments. Drizzt, it's crazy how much of a nothing burger King was as a character, even less than Queen. Dude was just Kaido's cheerleader. Well, the King had potential. King had potential. But, wah, wah. Despite King being a nothing burger, he was like at least 4 or 5 times better than Queen. By the way, we missed you at this year's top 30. Yeah, I was definitely not doing a top 30 this year, as I talked about before. I'll leave that to the young guns. How was the top 30 this year, by the way? Yeah, I mean, obviously, considering my friend group, I have heard many, many great things about Kubera. So, by virtue of my friend group, I'll have to read it at some point in time, maybe 4 years from now. Yeah, what's up, Zaymon? Everything has been pretty good for the most part. Drizzt, could you explain what you meant about Naruto and Boruto? I guess you didn't like Kishi's relationship with his kids when he was drawing Naruto for the start of Naruto and Boruto relationship. I haven't read Boruto, Shiro. I have not read it. I read the first 6 chapters of Boruto when Boruto first came out, and I never read any more chapters after that. Oh, maybe I should get the Dark Souls music back on. Oh, roundtable hold time. There we go. Top 30 was fire. Hey, at least people liked it. That's all that matters. And then we had Trent and Wing. Have I read Chainsaw Man? I have not read Chainsaw Man, but it's on the list of things that I plan to read. Tom says, I understand how you feel. One Piece is the first manga I've ever read. I was a big fan. Then last year I read Battle Angel Alita. Other manga, Berserk, Blame. Now I'm more demanding when it comes to both art and plot. Could you elaborate more on that, Tom? Like what that experience actually means? Opinions on power scaling in Hunter x Hunter? Power. So this isn't magic system. This is just the aspect of power scaling. It's alright. Thoughts on the Phantom Troop backstory? Disappointing. Did Johan leave it? There's always a fucking Johan statement somewhere in every stream. Did Johan disappoint you more than Wano? No. Wano was more disappointing because I cared about One Piece prior. You guys know how I felt, so. What was the most painful moment when rereading Act 3? Most painful moment. Odin's flashback was rough. Nami was rough. Black Maria was rough. Oh, Jesus. I'll tell you what I had the most fun with. Oh my, the funniest part of rereading Act 3 was just me going over the Kiku stuff again and just remembering how much of a good time I had laughing at that and seeing where it ended up because, oh man, you remember how mad I made Twitter people whenever I was just absolutely losing my mind at how funny Kiku's death scene was talking about the lingering snow. Oh, reading that again was absolutely hilarious. I loved every moment of it. Yes, I did. While I did finish the reread. Galactic Spectre says, Drizzt, have you seen Discover Your Downfall One Piece videos? Great work. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thoughts on Yamato on reread? Jesus. Still insufferable. Certainly insufferable. But also disappointing because you guys know how I'm going to connect the forgotten plotline around Yamato around something greater when it comes to the One Piece storyline and what was really sacrificed alongside around what Yamato's character more than likely should have been. There was a lot of potential, but it was replaced by one of the most annoying characters in the series. My favorite part of Wano was when it ended and you did a stream. That's your favorite part of Wano? Oh. Let's see. I asked Tom to clarify what he meant, and he is answering by saying, reading these pieces of art made me understand the true potential of manga as a medium. The mangas just stated are so amazing in terms of art, plot, or both that I feel One Piece is not good compared to those. In fact, I think One Piece shouldn't overshadow these great works. So basically, One Piece was your first manga, and it burned you. And you read other manga, and you realize that there are things that you think are better overall than them, and it's kind of changed the way that you think about what your standards are. Okay, I mean that's fair. That's fair to say. The One Piece community acts like Kaido is the top 5 villains of One Piece because he can turn into Shenron. Yes. Just my utmost respect for what you had to endure. It was genuinely an awful experience. Did I know that there was a pun in the last chapter of Wano, though? I just can't believe all of these haters just... You know, the Japanese, they certainly just... They understood it, you know, the katakana and kanji on the side. It's just lost in translation. You know, if only One Piece Scans was there, it wouldn't have happened. Did I enjoy Gear 5 on the reread, or was it more nothing? I definitely did not enjoy Gear 5 on the reread. As a matter of fact, it made me think of things that would have made it a lot better. I think there was certainly a way to make Gear 5, and I bet the trajectory of it moving forward would have been a lot more organic. And would have tied a whole lot more in with Kaido's would-be character. If he had one. Like I said, there was a lot of potential if there was just someone to piece there together. Could have been very, very good. There was also the 30 chapters it took for Luffy to run to the rooftop. That was great. Also, rereading Whitebeard's character assassination was just... I loved it. No, Shiro, I can't answer that until I reread The Great Ninja War. Drizzt, I would love to hear your opinion on Hiyori. I feel that a lot of missed potential was there for her. Could have been so much more. Also, despise the forced one-sided love dynamic between her and Zoro. Oh, that is awful. As a matter of fact, I will be taking just great pleasure in pointing out how somehow that makes what happened in Whole Cake Island with putting in Sanji look like a masterpiece. Hiyori is by far the most butchered princess in all of One Piece. Just a genuinely bad character that had a lot of potential. Just it gave me chills when I remembered Oda heavily implying that Koina's dad has connections to the revolutionaries. Cloning is likely now. I mean, certainly. Certainly, that's what people are going to have their minds on until we get confirmation of it. And the whole world suffers as a result of it. Now, that might not be so bad, right? The idea of Tashigi being a clone in isolation... I mean, it's awkward, but the idea of it can have some merit depending on if you do some, writing with it. But when a character is already ruined and dog shit, having that character be a clone of another character that people like the moment of and how it's related to Zoro is just like, fuck, like goddamn. Drizzt, what's your opinion on the way that Oda has been handling Shanks? Well, I have to say that even I was genuinely surprised that Shueisha executives were able to force Oda to change the ending of Wano to incorporate Shanks into the promotion of Film Red, and Oda agreed to it. That surprised me. I did not think Oda would actually do that if it had no purpose. So, I mean, it's a small moment, but it has vast impact on just the impression of other parties in the story. That shocked me. As far as how he's treating Shanks outside of that, I mean, he hasn't really done much with them. There was a missed opportunity with Shanks, specifically in Wano, that Oda should have clarified. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever that we shouldn't have found out or got a flashback as to what really happened with Shanks and Kaido on the way to Marineford. There's no reason that should be in the dark anymore. And there's really no point to bring up anymore. But outside of that, I have argued with the residential Shanks stands, the Terladas, about how much I really dislike the idea of the pirate Shanks was talking about in the Reverie being buggy. Absolutely hate that. It's more than likely going to be true, but we'll have to get confirmation, I suppose. Drizzt, do you think it's copium when they say One Piece isn't about the fights? Well, yes, it's copium. I mean, there's like, you know what they mean when they say that, but the way that One Piece fans try to shoehorn that into a defense of what people argue in terms of criticisms of One Piece towards is 100% copium. One Piece is a shonen fighting manga. There's nothing more important in One Piece other than fighting, actually. Drizzt, I still can't believe so many people on YouTube put Wano as a top 5 arc in One Piece or the best arc in One Piece, despite it being one of the worst arcs and essentially killing the series. One of the greatest tragedies to come from Wano is the amount of people that use the statement, yeah, but the highs are just so high. The highs are just so good, it beats the lows. Wano's got the highest highs in the series. It's what the amount of cap. But that's what people do. And there's also a lot of people that don't look at Wano critically. So Wano being in top 5 is... it's indicative of where the community's at in terms of One Piece in general. Shanks for no reason. Yep. The higher ups made Oda change the ending of One Piece. He also agreed. Yeah, but by all reports, he actually was. I mean, whenever the chapter came out, the Shanks was there. People had like that meme of like, "I'm here to promote Film Red," but that is actually true. He was there to promote Film Red. By the way, thoughts on the original One Piece film red scenario before they decided to make it a High School Musical? You're going to have to remind me because I remember reading this before, but I didn't care enough to commit it to memory. What was the original scenario for Film Red? Drizzt, is there any One Piece theory you think will be true or that you're fond of? Do I think there are any theories that will be true? I mean, putting me on the spot, like I can't, like these are things that I don't pay attention to a whole lot anymore. But are there One Piece theories that I think will be true? Yeah. I'd have to think about it for a bit to come up with examples. Are there any more that I'm still fond of, though? I'd have to think about it. The first one that came to my mind, was like the Shanks dying theory. I'm not sure why that came to mind first, but... Drizzt, why do you think it's hard for people to look at One Piece critically? Well, let's just remove One Piece from the equation, and this actually will give you a better answer. It is not a common skill to think critically. Most people, most of the time, do not think critically. And that's basically a fact for most of the world. So apply that to like a large community of people. I mean, it is not a common thing. I mean, imagine yourself when you were younger. When you first got into anime, or manga, or you're reading a story. Right? How often could you say that you really think you were thinking critically and not just in the moment absorbing it like you were watching any other TV show? That's the explanation. I mean, most people just do not think critically. And it's not necessarily the onus isn't necessarily on them to do that either. It just happens to be that most people are consumers. They will consume stuff just to consume it. They want to have fun or whatever. Now, it's a bit of a different scenario when people are actively consuming something involved in discussion and stuff like that, and then they still don't think critically. Then it brings in a different scenario. $5 from Talk About It. How did Hiyori working in a brothel and Dendro becoming a pimp affect Odin's legacy? Next on Undisputed. For real. Man, Hiyori just had to be a prostitute, huh? Did so much by being next to Orochi the entire time for 20 years. Accomplished so much. Drizzt Sanji in Pudding or Naruto and Hinata? Alright, what's this question about? Like, which ship is better? Which one is written better? You'll absorb me, Glam? I bet you would like that, wouldn't you? Drizzt, King of Lightning's Big Mom Kopi was on another level. I just remembered him saying that she could return to Elbaf stronger than Kaido. I do remember vaguely remembering someone saying that King was arguing that she would get stronger in between now and Elbaf for whatever reason. Yeah, King of Lightning and his Big Mom agenda has always been rather curious, considering she's one of the worst characters in the story. But that's who King chooses to stand, which is funny, actually. Let's see. Talk About It says most people also don't like being told that they can't think critically. Most people have post ad hoc reactions to either justify how they felt or change their perspective. That's also true. But it's also just, that's the reaction people have when they say that they don't think. It's not that you can't think critically, it's that you just don't. But another aspect to this is what I talked about in part 1, which is the issue, and you see this happening a lot over time, is how One Piece often becomes people's identity. So, sometimes acknowledging fault in something can be hard to do because you would have to acknowledge a fault in yourself in a way. That's why a lot of people take exception to blatantly critical remarks on something. It becomes an attack on their identity because people have essentially, in many ways, many people have modeled their entire life after One Piece, discussing One Piece, watching every conceivable video that you possibly can on One Piece. It becomes more than just a story. It becomes your life. After the reread, do you finally understand why Gear 5 is the best power-up in fiction? Oh, clearly. It just... drums of liberation. Hit that beat, Heart. Let's see, Katakuri says, Drizzt, when I watch anime, I can't think critically, but when not watching and thinking about the series or episode, I can think critically, not high level, though. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you shouldn't be ashamed of admitting that. Actually, it takes more courage to say, like, yeah, that's totally fine. And yet here you are. Many people inherently have, like, this is one of the reasons why, like, discussion can be very, very helpful, is that when people, like, react to something, like, they have an emotional reaction to something, they don't like it. Now, if you ask most people to explain why they don't like something, it may be difficult for them to give you a reason backed up by arguments, like logic and a completely thought out process. That's why other people who are critical about it, like actual critics, can sometimes be the voice of people who have a hard time putting their emotions into words. It's like, I mean, it happens to be the case, for most people, like, when you were growing up, you may say, like, I didn't like this, but you didn't understand it until later whenever you heard someone articulate those thoughts. And you're like, yeah, I agree with that. Mr. Talk About It says, Drizzt, I think the fact that most people have forgotten Wano is a testament to its quality or lack thereof. Media that is well written generally holds the test of time and are remembered fondly. People have forgotten Wano. Is that true, though? Have people forgotten Wano? What does it mean to forget Wano? And I'm going to let you think about it, because, like, I have my own opinions on it, but I want you to kind of, like, dissect that for me. Drizzt, do you still want Luffy and Nami to wind up together, or do you no longer care? I mean, I'd be lying if I said I give no fucks. But, yeah, do I still want it to happen? Sure. Will I be happy? Like, what? Like, I'm not going to get the catharsis that I originally wanted out of it. But I'd rather it not happen than happen. Am I invested in it any longer? No, because I don't even like those characters anymore. I like those characters from when I liked the characters, so I kind of hold on to those feelings that I had when I was enjoying the series. DJ Mega says, Jits, I agree with the whole identity thing with fans of One Piece. It seems like people treat most almost like joining a cult. Well, that's because in many ways it is a bit of a cult. Just be owning the libs with facts and logic. That's right, destroyed. Just think of it this way. How many people talk positively about Wano compared to pre-time skip arcs even now? Is there a follow-up to this? Or is this a question? Think about it this way. How many people talk positively about Wano compared to pre-time skip arcs even now? Just I feel like people moved on rather quickly for how massive an arc it was. Well, there's a reason. I mean, like I said, I've already have my reasons for why this is the case. But it's not that people have forgotten about it. It's that they just kicked the can down the road, which is... if it's basically what I'm arguing for in the entirety of the downfall of One Piece series, which is what One Piece has become. And If you ignore the problem, you kick the can down the road and you just move on to the next thing to get your next, blast of copium, then it ignores the problem and it only gets worse. People don't like to talk about how important Wano is. Some people, that's been talked about so much, or they've heard so many negative things about Wano, they just want to move on. Like, whatever, let's go to the next arc. Go to One Piece. And that kind of contributes to where One Piece is at currently. Drizzt, on the Sanji putting Naruto Hinata stuff, which do you think was written better overall in the context of their stories? Naruto and Hinata, I would say, is written better overall. But of course, there's really nothing in the whole, despite how Sanji, how dog shit Sanji is in Whole Cake. It's, I don't know if I would say that the whole Sanji pudding stuff reaches Neji level of awful. Drizzt, I meant it as an elaboration on Wano being forgotten because the writing is bad and if people put in the words and we forgotten. Oh, I mean, then I would agree with you. But think of it this way as well. Like, Wano will be forgotten, or 3 or 4 years down the line, because of the way things are going to go, and I feel like this is essentially inevitable unless there is really just a revolution in terms of thought in the One Piece community. All that will be remembered is the good feelings people had. There will no longer, probably in a few years, be people that are outspoken about how bad things really are, and then the cycle will continue. It's very unlikely moving into the future of One Piece that there's really going to be proactive voices for criticism. If One Piece continues to be the same quality that it is now, that is, if it ends up being great, then that's a different scenario. But if One Piece continues on the same path that it's been on for 10 years, people who are vocal or upset about it will eventually leave the community. They'll be annexed in a way they won't want to talk about it. They will move on, and all that will be left are the pro-Godas, which is an issue. New generation of One Piece fans will come in having known nothing about the past of what people have talked about in the community, and all they will know is the current hype, the current trends, the current clickbait videos. And this essentially all contributes to the way One Piece is now. Drizzt, as a Sanji fan or ex-Sanji fan, I hate when people say he developed in Whole Cake. That's such a cap. And people don't know what character development means. Even Jay thinks that ho come. Okay, that sentence is crazy. Even Jay thinks that ho come. I know that's supposed to be how come, but I just cannot escape that ho come. Shit, that's funny. A lot of it is cope. Drizzt, that show says Drizzt, are people really surprised by Shonen Jump making Oda put Shanks in blah blah blah? Well, I think there's reason to be surprised about it. considering I don't know if it's ever happened before. I didn't read any of the One Piece quote-unquote spoilers. Superb Negro. Gauntlet says, I'll tell you something, Drizzt. Wano was make or break for me as a Zoro fan. I already fell off with One Piece as a story much earlier than Wano, but in spite of that, I was still pro Zoro Part 1. Let's see, is there a follow-up to this? No. I mean, that's a lot of people read stories to see what happens with the things that they really, really care about. Even if a story isn't going necessarily your way, a lot of people will stay on for the ride just to see if they can finally get, a last bit of like happiness out of the one thing that they really care about. And I mean, it is completely a reasonable reaction to just completely be out of it because you didn't get what you wanted, or you feel like they should have been there, which is reasonable. Because it should have been there. If you had asked any One Piece fan prior to Wano really just getting kicked off what they expected out of Zoro in a land of samurai, those expectations are there for a reason. Drizzt, so what you're saying is that critical thinkers about One Piece will be sent to the Void Century? In a manner of speaking, yeah. And it sucks to think about, but I mean that's just the natural way of things. Like how long can people fight before they kind of just they go away? That the thing is that most people don't agree with the opinions on One Piece on the way it is right now, and they want what the content creators have been giving to them and what Oda's been giving to them. They genuinely don't see a problem with it, and they only see good things. And all of it just contributes. I mean, I plan on elaborating this more in my final video. But I do think that in many ways the community has failed One Piece. Yo, what's up, Neglected? What's up, Seth? Drizzt, do you think a reimagining a post-timeskip video will be something you will be interested in once the story is over? Not really. Because, it's always it's like when people used to ask me to, Drizzt, why don't you do a stream of, what would One Piece be like if it was a seinen or something, which I never did, because, for obvious reasons. But there is an inherent danger to really entertaining making such a project, or taking it seriously. And because of those dangers, I would never consider doing such a thing. Fish just saw the Ricketts. Oh my god, he did? Oh, I'm going to have to talk to Fish later tonight. Oh my god. Drizzt, I don't like One Piece anymore, but I enjoyed reading the 3 pages of spoilers, but since it's that good, I think they are fake. None of the spoilers have been real. So there's definitely a very good chance they are fake. Drizzt, do you think Oda will fumble to the point where One Piece's reputation will be tarnished like Naruto and Bleach to some degree? I don't know. Oh, certainly, it's possible, but even if if One Piece really fumbled that bad, and really what matters is the ending, because One Piece debatably has isn't an ending the worst arc of all time in Wano, and that is viewed as one of the best arcs of all time by many of its casual fans. So who knows how the community will think of One Piece if Oda has a de facto meltdown at the end of the story. How would people think about it with the way that the One Piece community is and how they tend to react towards things that are bad now? I feel like, or I would hope, maybe unjustly so, that because it would be the ending of One Piece, that people would react differently. But you never know. Although I have that as of right now, when it comes to One Piece reputations, I have the feeling that Oda, for the casual fan, things will only appear to get better for them in terms of One Piece. I don't think Oda will fumble it to the degree that it has a fallout as great as Game of Thrones or something, or Naruto, or even Bleach. Drizzt, do you think Oda is trying to make Shanks a bad guy and foreshadow since the beginning, like Aizen was? No. I think that, I know, although I don't see many people actually pushing the Shanks is evil idea, people bring it up just because people have thought of it, but I don't see anyone actually pushing that agenda. I think Shanks being evil is genuinely, if it were to be true, would be one of the worst things Oda could do for the series. That would be for many people, I think that could be a drop-worthy offense, actually, to make Shanks evil. Danger of getting heartbroken over what could have been? No. When I refer to the dangers of entertaining those ideas, what I'm referring to is that in a way, those ideas in a way discredit myself. Although I've made the downfall of One Piece, so how worse could it really get? But it's kind of sort of a different field that I'd be entering in at that point, which is proactively promoting fan fiction of One Piece if it was good. Just never got to ask you about the Yu-Gi-Oh creator passing away. Fucking tragic, but he went out as a hero, so there's that. Definitely tragic, man. Drizzt, Oda retroactively doing the damage control for Yamato not joining the crew is clearly a response to the pushback for the community criticism, and if people did it more often, it would force him to improve. That's what I think as well. The thing, though, is that with the Yamato pushback, what's important to note is that this was a pushback on a global scale, as most casuals, most places in the world were pro-Yamato for Jesus Christ. But, that's what most people thought. So the pushback to that and Oda's bad damage control, that was 100% a response to it. Those chapters would not have been there if the response was positive. And I don't think there's any way you can argue that isn't the case, because the things are so out of place and make no sense for where they are. But yeah, if I'll make a stronger point of it in my video, but it's ultimately most of the blame is in one place, but really the people who lead the community, in a way, it's, the livelihood was chosen over, perhaps making a stand. which I can't necessarily blame people for. It's just sucks that's the way it is. Drizzt, are there any series, movie, stories where you have any positive controversial opinions? Positive controversial opinions, like where I say something that's is people consider bad about a story, or they don't give it enough credit for something, and then I say that this is amazing. Something along those lines. If the ending is terrible, do you think people will go back and say One Piece was never good, like with Naruto and Bleach? If One Piece has a globally recognized terrible ending, then I think there would be a ridiculous amount of toxic backlash from it. Drizzt, do you still buy physical volumes from series you love? Well, I don't really have much of a manga collection to begin with. I just have several Berserk I have like 10 deluxes and like 20 volumes of Berserk, and some random volumes of some other series that I got when I was a kid. But I don't really buy physicals like that because I'm not at a point in my life where like I want to like build a collection, because I'm still like kind of moving around and trying to like solidify where I'm at. So I don't really want to spend money on like bookshelves and organizing that stuff, because I move fairly frequently. Just the funniest part about the Western community defending Oda's terrible writing is by saying that the Japanese liked it even though they hated it. That is hilarious. Yes. Yeah, something like that. Well, the only thing that's coming to mind, like I can't think of anything on the spot, but I remember the last time I brought this movie up, most people in this chat did not think the movie was as good as I thought it was. And that was, I mean, the last time I brought up this movie, I said it was a masterpiece, and people said like, nah, it's okay. But I am an absolutely huge fan of just the first Matrix movie. I think it's a ridiculously good movie. Do you see Oda switching out Shanks for Garp dying to Blackbeard, having considered the recent plot developments? No, I think these are two separate things. I don't think Oda's substituting Shanks for Garp, and I don't think Garp's going to die to Blackbeard. I don't think that's going to happen at all. Drizzt, people need to be more okay to hear criticism about their favorite medium. Like Eric and Glam were arguing with me how gameplay is key in games. I didn't agree at first. Then when you thought about it, it's true. Yeah, I mean, being open to criticism is very important. Now, it can sometimes be hard to do that if it's not coming from a place that you kind of trust, because you'll automatically become combative about it. But obviously, it's very important to be able to hear the opposite opinion. Am I still considering doing some kind of Morge collab for the Wano vid? I'm still considering it, although I don't know how realistic it is at this point, considering that I don't know if Morge is going to be releasing his Wano video anymore. So, like, if he's still working on it, I don't know if I can drag him out of that, since my anticipation was that I thought Morge was going to be done in, like, September of last year with his video, and then, like, I would be kind of, like, working off of that. It is actually inconvenient that Morge is as procrastinatingly lazy as I am on this front, because some of what I have to do has to inherently center around what Morge does in his videos in terms of style. So we'll see. I won't know if I want to. I mean, I don't know if Morge would do it. But I still have to get to the video structuring of Wano in order to determine where or what Morge would be included in, if I wanted to include him. He's beginning to believe. See, Glam? Did I watch the latest Matrix movie? No. I watched a review on it, and the review was not very good. So I was like, I don't know if I want to submit myself to the new Matrix. No, I know Morge said he'll release it, but as of right now, I'm in doubt that he will. You haven't watched The Matrix? I would recommend watching The Matrix. I think it's an absolutely amazing film that does hold up well. There's actually another film, as Glam knows, my favorite superhero film of all time, that I wish more people watched it because then I could watch their reactions to it on YouTube. But there's only like 4 reactions to it on the entirety of YouTube, and that's Unbreakable. Man, I fucking love that movie. God damn. Such a good movie. Drizzt, let me get this straight. Wano is so bad that both you and Morge don't want to talk about it. In a way, yeah. Certainly that statement can be applied to some level. Sorry. Part of it has to do with how long Wano is. If Wano was like a 70 chapters of dog shit, it would be a lot easier to break apart. But 150 chapters of dog shit is like, oh, godly, that's a lot. It's actually it's going to be a lot easier for Morge to talk about because Morge isn't going to cover as many things as I want to cover because there's so much shit in Wano that if you just don't remember it, you won't remember how bad it is. So, like, currently, what my game plan is I know Morge is going to cover many of the broader topics and drill down into a lot of things that are related to like the themes of Wano, the major beats of the story for the arc, and stuff like that. So I'm kind of relying on him to do that, so I can kind of work around that to provide a different angle for Wano criticism. Is The Matrix my favorite movie of all time? No. It would be something else. I just really, really, really like The Matrix. Yo, what's up, JK? What movie? Unbreakable by M. Night Shyamalan. Now, you may hear that name and think that's a meme, but Unbreakable is, I think, captures like the most heart out of any superhero movie out there. Also has some of the better characters as well. Unbreakable is just an amazing movie. Have I watched Blade Runner? Yeah, I grew up on Blade Runner. That is a cult classic. I enjoy Blade Runner, mainly for specific scenes that, for me, carry a lot of weight. I think Rutger Hauer did a standout performance playing his android. His my God, his words at the end that came off the top of the brain barrier while he was drunk. That's incredibly powerful stuff. Heavily thematic and emotional as well. But Blade Runner is not a perfect movie by any means. There's a lot of bullshit in it. But I do enjoy the film. Have I ever used the Jump Plus app? No. Have you ever seen Into the Spider-Verse? Yeah, I watched it this year, actually. I watched it in December or November. I have seen it. I have not seen the new Batman yet. Yo, what's up, Solid? Do I have a favorite movie of the last decade? Last decade? I'd have to look up movies from the last decade, dude. Is Unbreakable with Samuel? Yes, it is. You're binging Berserk trying to get to the golden age. You don't have to do that much binging, but it's going to be a little bit before you get there if you're just starting from the beginning. How do you compare Blade Runner to The Matrix, or do you think they are good in their own way, so to speak? Compare, as in which one do I like more between the two, or like from a technical level, how do I compare one film to the other? Drizzt, over or under 30% Shanks will have a clone? I would say under 30%. Did I watch Blade Runner 19 blah 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 whatever it is, or 20 Cyberpunk, whatever it is? No, I have not watched the remake. Although I heard that the new Blade Runner is not bad, actually. Thoughts on the Spider-Verse? Meh. I wasn't a big fan of it. It was alright, though. The manga Ghost in the Shell inspired Matrix. I did not know that, actually. But that does make sense. I watched Ghost in the Shell growing up on Adult Swim, and I remembered hating it because I was just bored as a kid. I wanted to see fighting and action and stuff, and it was just like politics and like a good opening. And I was like, oh, fuck. Yes, this time for real, I will upload the stream. And not lying this time. Do I like the Terminator? Yes, Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, I love. Absolutely love those movies. What's my favorite animated movie? Yours is a tie between How to Train Your Dragon and WALL-E. WALL-E would definitely be up there for me. I have a very soft spot for Hercules. It's probably my favorite, like, pre-2000s animated movie. WALL-E's definitely up there, though. I love WALL-E. I also love Up as well. Yes, what do I prefer more, Blade Runner or The Matrix? I prefer The Matrix to the Blade Runner. Mr. Anderson. Also, Agent Smith is low-key a great villain. Oh, Bow. Oh, yes. Daddy. Same, you love Terminator 2, but after 3 is downhill. Yeah, I mean, Terminator 1, Terminator 2 are both amazing movies. Like, it just hits the spot. I mean, those are just ridiculously high-class movies. Although I would say that I like Terminator 2 the most. just because I love the plot line around Arnold and John Connor and machines understanding emotions. That for me hits home. I actually really, really love that. The Fifth Element, love The Fifth Element. Good movie. Thoughts on Ulti? Sandy, Sandy, Sandy. Sandy, Sandy, Sandy. What do you, I mean, I know your thoughts on Ulti, but I know your thoughts are also kind of cope, Sandy. Hugo Weaving is goated. He is in fact goated. So at the one, how's progress going so far? Right now I'm focusing on the Reverie solid. Why the two sequels couldn't match the quality of the first Matrix film in your opinion? They probably didn't really know where they wanted the story to go, to be honest. That's probably why. And there was more than... I'm going to assume there was also some pressure to amp up stuff that got the movie popular in the first place to basically kind of replicate that, which is like action scenes and highway chases. Have I seen Perfect Blue? Is that a hentai? V for Vendetta as well. You know, it's actually very ironic. I have watched numerous reactions to V for Vendetta, but I've never sat down to watch the whole movie myself. Are there any porn was with decent storylines? I'm kind of in the mood for some romantic-ish stories on the side. Oh, Glam has got the story for you, Bao. There are a couple that are genuinely good, Bao. And that's called A Touch to Unlock. Actually good romance. Perfect Blue is a Satoshi Kon movie. Oh. What was I thinking of then? Oh, I was thinking of Triangle Blue. That's a hentai. Have I seen Super Crooks or Cyberpunk Edge Runners? No, but I've heard that Edge Runners is very good. Agent Smith versus the Joker. How am I getting this question? Agent Smith versus the Joker. Who do you think is the best antagonist? It's gotta be the Joker. Drizzt, I reread Rave Master's beautiful ending. I think even better than Wano. You're just giving me a fucking brain aneurysm, capping with that sentence. Oh my god, Rave Master. Oh my gosh. Rave Master. Oh, the stars. Yeah, you can take that. That's all you. No, Glam, keep cooking. Would I rather read Baki or reread Wano? Oh my god. Hold on. Let me just... This is one scenario where I would rather read Baki. What's the plot of Triangle Blue? It's an NTR plot, so what What are my thoughts on a Naruto remake? It really doesn't need to happen. Would I rather read a Bakugo-centered story or reread Wano? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Let me see. I gotta find the right response to this.
Do it! Do it! Come on! Kill me! I'm here! Come on! Do it now! Kill me!
Oh my god. Oh my god. I Jesus Christ. This is going extreme diff. I'll take the Bakugo centered story. Also, classic Glam. Yes, I did vote in that poll, Shiro. No, I have not read My Hero in quite a long time, actually, DJ. I think I'm done with My Hero after hearing how dog shit it is. I don't know if I want to experience that for myself. There are people yelling outside my door. What the fuck? Hold on. I gotta check to see what's happening outside. I don't know. They're just yelling. Any thoughts on the upcoming Smite update? I'm excited. I'm ready to get back in the Masters. Least favorite Smite god or goddess? Ooh. Least favorite. Daji's probably up there. Daji, Hell. Would I read My Hero for YouTube? I would have to get paid. One Piece FBA gonna get Drizzt. FBA, what is that? What character did I vote for? I voted for the second Raikage named A. I voted for the fourth Raikage named A. I voted for a feudal lord. I think I voted for Kong. Did I ever come to a conclusion on who has the worst fodder between Ogashi? Ogashi. Yeah, between the mighty creature Ogashi. No, I never came to a conclusion. Do I have any guilty pleasure stories? Guilty? I mean, I have like guilty pleasure nostalgia. Like I have a guilty pleasure nostalgia for Inuyasha. At one point in time, that used to be my favorite series. A DJ said, Drizzt, okay, I respect that decision. I never thought My Hero was a good story, and it's funny now seeing all the people, especially some YouTubers, like Giga backpedaling on it. People are backpedaling on it now. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, from what I've heard, it's going spectacularly awful. Brago uploaded a video called Debating the Best One Piece TikToker. Interesting. I'm not watching it. Let's see. Do I remember the first episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob fed the anchovies? Those anchovies are how I see One Piece power skills on Twitter they're all talk and act the same, that is also true. As a matter of fact, you can view that as just an allegory for just One Piece content creators feeding their fans. Hey, what's up, Vergs? Boarding Diary is awesome. I've already read it. You're talking to a savant. There's probably no person in the One Piece community that is as perverted when it comes to knowing porn knowledge as myself or Glam. There's just no one better. Have I ever read or watched Monster? Here it is again. Oh, yes, I've read Monster. That's copium, Virgo? Okay. Just do I agree that... stop it with these Johan questions. God damn it. Well, Odious theme is just goated. I have not seen... I don't think I've ever seen any Satoshi Kon movie. What is this OST? This is Aldia's theme from Dark Souls 2. Aldia, Scholar of the First Sin. Is Baki a better written character than Johan? Probably. Thoughts on JJK? I haven't read it, but I don't think I'm going to like it. Have I played Sekiro? Yeah, of course. Of course. I was just watching Sen play Sekiro last night. Yeah, I like Sekiro. Sekiro's awesome. Neglected says, I despise what Braga streams have become. What have they become, Neglected? Elaborate for me. I'm putting you on the spot. You're in the spotlight now. Justify yourself. Drizzt, what series that you haven't read are you most interested or excited to start because of the talk around it? I'm most excited for probably Vagabond. Outside of One Piece, what is the worst writing decision in a story you've seen? Well, let's exclude Naruto as well, so we'll make it interesting. Well, let's exclude the Star Wars series as well, so we'll make it interesting. Let's exclude any Marvel movies, so we'll make it interesting. Let's exclude any Netflix series, and we'll make it interesting as well. Let's also exclude Game of Thrones. We'll exclude Bleach too because we have to be fair. Fiji wouldn't like me if I included Bleach. We'll exclude Dragon Ball Super. Exclude Rave Master. Oh, we gotta exclude Rave Master. Surely. Okay, so I'm not going to power scale these writing decisions. I'm just going to say some that I wouldn't include this one because I consider it a hot take. I talked about it before, but like I've said before, that for Fullmetal Alchemist, I think that the way that Al got his body back has been and always will be lame. I don't remember much about Fairy Tail, so I can't include Fairy Tail. Let me see. I think Neglected responded to me a little bit back. So let's see. Neglected says, sure, you have to be a member to be in streams. Fake reacting. Everything is fun in games. No serious discussion with no constructive criticism, and everything comes back to power scaling. Okay, so the member stuff, that's probably a fair point. Now, the thing you have to actually question is whether or not Braga's fake reacting. And as far as discussions with no constructive criticism, is that really true, or am I just not in the streams? And historically, how often since you remember the highlights of BDA, when did a conversation never not eventually come around to power scaling? Drizzt, do you play Smite for fun or just with friends? Well, my friends don't play Smite anymore, so I just play for fun now. Now, I think the real criticisms we have here, it seems to be, I'm not in the streams to shit on One Piece, and there's really no other voice for criticism in the One Piece community other than me and them whenever someone has a spicy take. Brago paywalling his stream, which, fair. And then Brago fake reacting, which I haven't watched a Brago in years, so I can't necessarily comment on. But I don't think Brago necessarily fake reacts. I just think people accuse Brago of fake reacting because of how he's changed his mind on series. Have I played Monster Hunter games? No. Alright, CP9, I got you. So here's my take. With that, I'm not going to go watch Braga streams to gather evidence because I'm just not going to do that. Brago may, as is the case with most live reactions, Brago may ham it up for the audience, as most live reactors do. But when it comes to whether or not he's being real or fake, I think he's being more real than he is fake because Brago, over the course of the years, has completely changed how he looks at One Piece as a story. And this is an undeniable fact. It's a fact that I don't necessarily like. I could never really understand it, but I know it's the case. I also think Brago can be accused of being fake because I know he's prone to just saying random criticisms at some point in time. So he's not completely PC about stuff. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Path of Radiance. Yes, I had characters I liked in Rave Master. Also, I think the main character of Rave Master, low-key, has one of the coolest names in any story for anime. It rolls off the tongue amazingly well. Drizzt, I don't think he's fake reacting. I think it sometimes feels like he's trying too hard, so it feels fake. That could be the case. Then again, I haven't watched him in a long time, so what the fuck do I know? Shout, that's my Brago. That's Brago. That's my guy, though. Do I recommend Rave Master? Absolutely not. Cudicker says, that's true. I can see Brago changed on One Piece, and I don't like it. Fair. Nedlick that says, I don't like what the One Piece community has become. well, I share the same opinion, but also I'm also in the greatest extreme that you could possibly be in relation to One Piece. So it is essentially impossible for me, and I would assume people like me, to really vibe with the One Piece community because it has to mean certain negatives. Gunter says Drizzt, Prime King of Lightning would have been more critical of Wano than he is now. He acts too soft very often. I also haven't watched a King of Lightning video in years as well. Damn. I'm just completely out of the picture, guys. Like, I wish I could actually make meta commentary because I have nothing to lose at this point. I've been so disconnected from the One Piece community for so long that I don't really know what's going on. Katakuri says, Drizzt, people need to understand, Brago himself said why he can't be honest about One Piece because the community of One Piece won't like it if he says criticism. Has Brago actually said that? When did he say that? JK Network says, Drizzt. Drizzt versus Wano or Drizzt versus Whole Cake? Which Drizzt arc did you enjoy more? I think I would choose Drizzt versus Whole Cake Island because out of those two journeys, that's really the only one where I got to talk to my friends about it. I never really got to really shit on all of Wano like maybe it would have been fun to do with the boys in Wano. I kind of did it on my own on my channel. I was already washed when Act 2 ended. I was defeated. As you guys know, through all of Act 3, I was not present in the community, and I have been absent since that point in time. That is over 100 chapters of Wano that I was just not there and active in the community, really just going in on. So I would choose even though I think that me at my worst is Drizzt's Whole Cake Island because that's when I was at my most bitter and angry with One Piece. I would choose that as a better experience because I got to talk about it more with my friends. Is there much of a Berserk community? Not really. If there was a single One Piece character you wish was rewritten to be as good as they were in the pre-time skip, who would it be? I only have one choice. One person to save. Oh my god. It's gotta be Luffy. It's gotta be Luffy. Whole Cake Island just was a different animal. I was a different animal. People don't understand. Like, I actually, I was thinking about it not too long ago whenever I was just sitting down trying to brainstorm how I wanted to write the Reverie. But I was thinking about, like, how PC I've been for the past, Jesus Christ, like 3 years. I was like, did I make a mistake? Should I not have been nice? Should I not have been considerate and just fucking raged? Did I choose the wrong battle to keep the peace? Who knows? Is there any hope for Maury's Berserk? Doesn't look like it. We'll see. I gotta see more, I guess. But very bad showing so far. How do I feel about Togashi going on hiatus again? That's completely fine by me. If Whole Cake Island Drizzt time traveled to today and read every Wano chapter in one day, how angry would he be? Besides not accepting defeat. Jesus Christ. I would be screaming. I would literally be screaming. As a matter of fact, like, if you guys remember what I was like I think the last time I really took a stand was in chapter 999 when Whitebeard's character got assassinated. And I joined Braga's stream and just fucking let loose with just passionate anger about, like, what the fuck was going on. Whole Cake Island Drizzt would be that, but just much angrier. Senator? Drizzt, how different do you think Wano would have been if it was done how Oda originally planned when the arc started in the manga? I mean, is that even a question we can answer? Drizzt, have you heard of Witch Hat Adelier and Hosaki no Kuni? I feel like I've heard of that other one, but I know nothing about these stories. Bring back mid 2000s Oda. 100%. Well, like, the thing about, like, debating Wano pre-change versus change is that, like, you have to imagine that there was probably a good reason why it had to change. And it almost assuredly has to deal with Big Mom. It seems like Big Mom changed Wano. I mean, like, was she originally supposed to be there? I don't think so. Any thoughts on Velma? I think people that just don't like it are just racist. They just don't like a strong black woman in the lead. They just can't handle it. Neglected, you gotta reorganize this sentence. Fun fact, Drizzt, the manga community awards that happened earlier this year, One Piece didn't make the finals. Really? Wait, doesn't Roger host this? How did... One Piece didn't make the finals? Oh my god, that is just amazing. Senator says, Drizzt, I low-key really want you to read the end of the One Piece spoilers that's been going around recently. Did you read them, Sen? Thoughts? Eric says, Eric, what the hell is that last part? Wizard 23's Gagamzan says, oh, I really want to start Berserk, but the new chapters have been mixed from what I see. For me, endings make the series. Read Berserk. Read it. There is a definitive difference you can make in your heart between Berserk pre and post Miura. Katakuri says, Drizzt, do you think Reverie streams died? Even Dustin tweeted that Reveries are dead. What does that really mean? Here's the thing. Were the Reveries ever that good? Like, when you really break down to it, were the Reveries that good? Like, what are the Reveries really? What's a prime Reverie that's so different than what people get? I don't know. Are they more capey for the story? Sure. Are some of the figureheads gone? Are the old heads not as present? Absolutely. But are the functional? Are they really that different? I don't know. Just, I think you watch enough Braga streams, the Reverie conversations aren't new and interesting. No, I mean, well, obviously, like, if you had to choose, right? I'm not saying most people, because let's include like the people who are more connected in the community. Would you rather watch like a Braga stream where people are like yelling at each other, or would you rather watch like people tiptoe in a Reverie stream and like, it's like, oh sorry, oh no, you go ahead and talk. Oh, teehee. Here's my new theory versus like, like more entertainment. It's not really a debate. And in terms of matter of fun, there are some that are definitively more fun than others. But, that's always been the case. A lot of the times, the post Reveries were better than the Reverie. You've been watching Braga since 2016. Drizzt since 2017. Hey, let's go. I remember, the only time, like here's the thing, like, I brought up some shit in the first Reverie, and I basically got silenced by some dog shit arguments. Which is what you're referring to, which is saying that I was arguing that Oda portrayed women like dog shit, and say the only people that mattered are women's opinion. So let's ask fucking the what's her face. And I was like, God, Jesus Christ. No, it wasn't Sage. It was, who the hell was it? Sunpatch. That was it. Sunpatch. No, Joy Girl didn't exist in the first Reverie. What's up?
Still streaming.
Yeah. All right. I'm back. I should have pushed back on that argument. I forget what I did. I don't think I pushed back that much, but I think I just like, well, whatever, fuck it. Oh, please don't bring up One Piece Boruto. Shout out the Blue Banana Podcast, by the way. Jesus Christ. Just One Piece girls are the most overrated girls in shonen. People say Oda writes females the best. They do say that. But there is a specific fandom of One Piece fans that are just delusionally obsessed with their character. And those are Robin fans. I like, it's at a certain point, like, I just like, you guys need to realize how shit these characters are. It's like Robin fans are delusional. And same with Nami fans who think she actually does anything. There's always some cope. Oh, she's so important. Oh, she said Luffy. She cried. Oh, fuck. It's just cope. These people have no idea what they're talking about. Drizzt, what do you think was bad about the way that Al got his body back? The solution to Al getting his body back, it is not in an emotional moment. Like, even though it's overall significantly more flawed than Brotherhood, the original Fullmetal Alchemist went about getting Al's body back in a much more emotionally defining and memorable way. I felt like the sacrifice to get Al back was essentially non-existent and just kind of corny. Drizzt, you should host the next reverie and bring real conversation. Oh my god, this is like the most hipster comment. Yeah, I'll come into, bro. One, I am not hosting a reverie. Once upon a time, maybe I wanted to, but like, bro, do you know how bad a reverie hosted by me would go? It would be entertaining, but that is just not happening. It would not even be allowed, I don't think. Surely they would ban me. Yeah, Joy Boy's reverie was a disaster. Just people will actually say with a straight face that Robin is the best girl in all manga. I mean, the waifu energy is just people just fall for it, man. Just I saw a big One Piece account on Twitter. Oh, this got to be good. The rest of this question has to be amazing. A One Piece account on Twitter. What do they have to say? It's got to be something insightful. They say that Robin versus Black Maria is the best female fight because of the emotional weight and how Robin's character arc was in that fight. I 100% believe a One Piece account said this. Drizzt, during Wano, did any One Piece YouTubers aside from Morge talk to you about their criticisms of the arc? Sure. Sure they did. I mean, among my inner group, yes. You know, I don't really outside of the BDA group, it's not like I'm cool with a whole lot of other people. Sen says, sent you the ending spoilers. It's a good read. I think it's worth it, and it seems pretty interesting and low-key kind of cool, hence why I think it's probably not real. Yo, Sen, that is like the third time someone said that in the stream about the One Piece spoilers and how, like, it's cool, but it's probably not real because it seems like it's good. That is so hilarious. Drizzt pretty much hosted Matt's River. Let's not kid ourselves. That may be true, but it is not the river I wanted. More importantly, a reverie hosted by me would get no viewers. Jason Klum, of course. I bet most people would put Robin versus Black Maria over Nami versus Doublefinger. They would. I would say if you got a poll of most of the community, out of every person who reads One Piece and did a poll, Robin would win that poll like 80% to 20%. And people would be like, yeah, Robin versus Black Maria is just so fucking good. So good. In the most recent reverie, people called a criticism a controversial opinion. Well, Okay, I mean that's technically not wrong, but that's a weird way of saying that. What do you think are the worst Onigashima fights? I mean, all of them. I mean, there's none worse than Nami's. I mean, debatably Sanji's, but you know, Nami's really just is just complete dog shit. Nah, Drizzt, it would give you. You just gotta talk all the hot takes you got and then piss people off. Drizzt, the first Joy Boy is named Dryas, the brother of Emu, and Luffy will travel to the past, Samurai Jack, to talk to him, and Emu will only see a straw hat. He Luffy travels to the past just to talk to him. Nice. Nice. Drizzt, is there any future event or flashback you are still looking forward to in One Piece? Um, nope. Unfortunately, no. And I've elaborated on this in some great depth, and I'll actually bring it up in my last downfall video. But no, there is nothing I'm looking forward to. That the illusion, the spell has been broken. It's not possible for me to look forward to anything in One Piece right now because there is no hope or belief in the author to deliver anything. So there's no reason for hope. Can't believe Oda made Ulti's fight this bad after all the betrayal he gave her. Unforgivable. Yeah, it's hard to believe you're still a stan, Sandy. The rev streams would be refreshing in general if we actually talked about the manga industry and put series on the spotlight. People who don't know it. Well, I mean, it's a One Piece stream, not the manga series stream. Did you say earlier that you disliked the time travel stuff? If so, why? Well, yeah, in Act One, I did not. Well, here's the thing, and this is a very common opinion at the time. When time travel got revealed, half of the people were like, "Oh, that's really unique and inventive," and half the people were like, "That's dangerous." And it wasn't like an inherently whimsical, like, "Oh," they were like, "Oh shit, that could be bad." And I fell into that crowd where I was like, it could be good, but I was like, ugh. Just the concept of time travel. I was like, yeah, as far as novelty goes, it wasn't, it touching me in that way. Pause. I was a bit more hesitant because that stuff's usually pretty dicey. But then Oda gave us Toki, who's an amazing character, so it all worked out. Chainsaw Man is goated, can we talk about how goated Chainsaw Man is? Is this a Morge burner? Yeah, I mean, we were wrong about why the time travel stuff would turn out bad, because that's not where our fear was. But, I mean, at the time with the time travel stuff, we also had an asterisk on it, because we thought that because someone was from the Void Century, that Toki's character could potentially redeem the entire time travel aspect, even though it really, really didn't matter. But that was a turn we never thought was going to happen. Did I ever give my thoughts on Gear 5? Not in depth, and I've sort of been saving that. I'm not a fan. You can obviously tell that. But I don't have the same criticisms of it as other people do, in terms of like what their biggest issue is. In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. Drizzt, Mary Joa's treasure is a battery beneath the giant straw hat that Vegapunk has been looking for and needs it to be cooled down, but Aokiji fled because he didn't want to do it. The fuck did I just read? Is that from the quote-unquote spoilers? There's a battery under the hat. Battery. And Aokiji didn't want to freeze it? That's gotta be true. Is that better or worse than Roger's brain? Is that? Oh my gosh. That could be a debate. Drizzt, as animation head, Gear 5 can be super good. Oh, I'm sure it will be animated to perfection, and then people will be like, it's actually really good. Look how smooth and cool the animation looks. You know, that could be the greatest crime of... the Wano anime is going to fool most people into thinking that it's just an amazingly written story. Imagine this Void Century flashback has changed from the One Piece movie. Oh, yes, amazing. The Trolados are coping hard, saying Gear 5 will be the most iconic transformation in anime since Super Saiyan. Is that what the Trolados are saying? Yes, but people like that solid. They like the flashing colors. The casuals do. Drizzt, the J stream slandering One Piece was so good he's slowly coming to the dark side. Oh, was he slandering One Piece? Good man. Drizzt, do you think that Gear 5 will have a negative effect on tone of Luffy's major fights in the future? I mean, that's the major concern with a lot of people, right? Is the goofy, cartoonish nature. Now, if we didn't know certain things that Oda said in interviews, then there would be less reason to worry about it, because there's a vast difference between a power being revealed, not necessarily being mastered, and being displayed in the beginning, versus how it's actually going to be utilized when things. It's hard to say this in One Piece, but I'm going to theoretically put this in quotations. When things matter, it doesn't mean it's going to be the same for all of them. I've heard that Luffy is messing around with Lucci. That's not necessarily indicative with Lucci, a no one essentially, a waste of space. That's not the same as Blackbeard or something. Is there more reason to worry now that Oda has come out and said that his intent is to basically make things as goofy as possible? Perhaps. Perhaps. But I would still lend towards the side that serious things will still happen. Hopefully. Drizzt, in terms of how it's remembered by fans, do you agree that Attack on Titan is kind of the Game of Thrones of anime or manga? As of right now, yeah. In recent memory, that is like the most, prolific collapse in Game 7 of the finals that we've seen for quite some time. Did I see the Yamato versus Kaido animation trending on Twitter? It was so bad and you can't see the scaling clearly, but people call it good because it's just fluid. No, I have like an ungodly amount of things muted and or blocked on Twitter related to One Piece because I am fucking tired of being recommended big One Piece Twitter accounts just sucking the series off. I do not want to see that on my timeline. So I just like block these people or mute or like say like I'm not interested in this. So thankfully, I don't see that shit as much anymore. So I have not seen it. Yo, what's up, Straw Hat? Do you prefer consistently mid animation or sporadically amazing animation? Well, I mean, it really depends on what you mean by that, because it's more about how many still frames and padded out episodes there are, rather than the real quality of the animation. That's what really matters. It just so happens that despite having as big of a budget as they do, the good animation, quote unquote, comes at the cost of basically everything else being some dog shit. So the correct answer is likely consistency. Drizzt, do you remember people were mad when you said Chopper Post Time Skip was just merch, and years later Oda confirmed Chopper is merch? Oda literally confirmed it. Literally confirmed. He changed the entire character to be fucking merch. Yeah, people were mad. Although a lot of people thought I was right at the same time. Chopper defenders are a curious bunch. It actually sickens me when people actively defend Chopper. It is like the world is wrong. It's just wrong. Because it spits in the face of everything Chopper was actually good at before. How Chopper actually used to be cute. Fuck. These assholes. The Rumbling is a great opening, though. That is true. I've only seen the opening, because as you guys know, I haven't seen that part of Attack on Titan yet. But that's a great opening. Is there hope for the next Avatar series after Korra? You mean the movies? Probably not. I'm gonna be real. Probably not. But we can hope. Drizzt, do you find it amusing that the 1,000-year blood war of Bleach blood best episodes were by the Boruto team when they made fun of Boruto's episodes? Do I find it funny? I mean, not really, because I'm kind of lacking context here, but that could just be indicative, not necessarily a talent, it's just like, resources and time. Obviously, they cared more about Bleach than, random episodes of Boruto. What was more toxic, Yamato pronoun war, or I can't talk. Pronoun war, or where it would be Yamato or the underage furry joining the crew. Okay. But surely it was the pronoun war. Surely. Thank God that shit's over. God, that was ass. Fuck, yeah. It was ass, but it was also hilarious. Yeah, the amount of like coverage that got the pronoun words over really just because of Oda's fault is amazing. Do I remember when Wano was going Yamato fans saying she was the best written character in the series? Okay, I don't remember best written character in the series. But of course I remember the Yamato. It actually sickened me that Yamato is as popular as she was, because like it told me like everything that was wrong about the way that Oda writes women. Like it was just like plain and obvious. This is like, Jesus Christ. This is where we're at. I still got my dub by saying she wasn't going to join like 10 chapters after she was introduced, though. You like how everyone has distilled the entirety of Wano into Gear 5 Advanced Conquerors, Kaido Raw, Zoro Emma Raw. Zoro Emma Raw? Alright. Law Awakening, Robin Fight, and Shanks Hockey. You forgot. Ugh, there's so much more. What about Kiku's arm? Drizzt, I just like Yamato's character design. Yeah, Nami with horns isn't so bad. Drizzt, there's a lot of research on devil fruits in Owlbath, like True Awakening, where devil fruits can be combined. Kuma's plus, which Frankie will later eat. Bonnie plus Luffy's devil fruit. Luffy travels 900 years back as a result. Is this more from these quote-unquote spoilers? Luffy travels back in time. What, is this intentionally? Travels back in time by combining Bonnie. Bonnie, Kuma's, and Luffy's own devil fruit. Nice, dude. Drizzt, time travel can be dangerous. Funny that you mentioned Attack on Titan. Its ending was mainly destroyed because of it being introduced a few chapters before its conclusion. It changed everything to become worse. Time travel will never not be dangerous. You thought it was Nami every time in the anime helped because of colors? Man, I hate that Yamato design. Hey, that's just the way it is, man. Nami having long hair has gotten rid of any distinguishable features between her and Vivi in the black and white. What about the forehead, though? Just any thoughts on devil fruits being basically the reason why everyone hates fairy tale power-ups? Expand on that, please. I don't know much about fairy tale. Drizzt, I think a character remaining static is necessarily a bad thing, but Luffy is a prime example of how a character remaining static can be damaging. 100% agreed. Being static isn't a bad thing. It can, I mean, I would argue that it's better to not be static than to be static, but you don't need to be a dynamic character all the time to tell an effective story. Luffy's just not a good example of a good static character. Is the forehead consistent enough? All right, so no, probably not. I mean, it's the size of foreheads in One Piece is probably about as consistent as the sizes of people in One Piece. The way Nami is presented now, she looks like fodder. Her panels are too short, like she doesn't matter. That's because Nami doesn't matter. People keep fooling themselves. This is the real tragedy of the Straw Hats. People really think these characters matter, like they actually make a difference. This is the feelings of the past changing how they view things in the present. People really like you'll see occasionally, like these Nami stan accounts on Twitter. It's just like talking about how useful Nami is and like, oh, without her, Luffy can't find the One Piece. Theoretically. Pathetic. At least the different sizes of people looks cool sometimes. Yes, so it's not Oda not knowing how to draw size consistently isn't that big of an issue. There's only a few times where it's really mattered. Ironically, one of them being on Wano, but whatever. Drizzt, I find it weird how people say you can make a 6-hour long video on One Piece, but when the Reverie is almost 12 hours long about Oda sucking and how good One Piece is, they love it. Do you find it weird, or is that just how things are? The standards aren't the same. You remember when Nami crying in Wano was seen as some classic One Piece moment, as if it holds a candle to Arlong Park? Do you know? Okay, here's the thing. Like, I think people need to recognize, like, Oda is so criminal that he has made Straw Hat moments where they say Luffy's going to be the Pirate King, like, not good. That is so crazy to think about. This is just so fucking bad. Everyone says it all the time. Oh my gosh. Mr. Taka says, I remember how Morge made a video years ago about One Piece being the king of world building, but the world building is like one of the biggest issues with the story. That's what I've been arguing. Do I read Vinland Saga? I've only read the beginning part of it, like the first 16 chapters, and I read that like 3 years ago. The Nami one in Wano was horrendous. It was awful. It was so bad. People just like they refuse to acknowledge it. That Nami moment is so bad. They just don't know it. They're just confused. Missing a masterpiece in your life called Vinland Saga. Yeah, I'm proud of Vinland Saga. The author uses Twitter. Did everyone collectively forget the Korazumi were born to burn moment? Just push it under the rug, man. I mean, it's... To be fair, like, unless you really make a big deal out of it, once you move on to a new arc, people aren't going to be lingering on the old arc. They're just going to focus on what's in front of them. So, what's the Nami moment? It's when, like, most of Nami's fight with Ulti is off-screened, and, like, comedically, like, they're kind of getting pummeled in by Ulti with headbutts, which Nami was being beaten up off screen, so we never got to see how any of the damage was dealt to add impact. And for some reason, Ulti is making a big deal out of making Usopp and Nami say that Luffy won't be the Pirate King, and it's hilarious. And Usopp's like, "Yeah, just lie about it, Nami. It's fine. I suck." And Nami's just like comedically crying, almost, and just saying, "No, she's definitely gonna be the Pirate King." And people are like, "Oh my god, fucking Nami." The foreshadowing from Act 2. Oh my god, the torture. It's so emotional. Despite like the all of the fight before that just being them chasing them on a giant dog off screen for 10 chapters. So meaningless. As far as I'm concerned, Nami died during the time skip, and I'll just cherish the old times. Nami. My girl. That was my girl. Really could have been something, man. She really could have been something. And now she's just dog shit. Actually, speaking of Luffy saying he's going to be the king of pirates, I might have to do a tally because I think he says he's going to be the king of the pirates over 10 times in Wano. Usopp and Wano hurts me. It should hurt. Yeah, actually, there was I was rereading Act 2 when I was taking my notes of it, and I forgot that this had happened in Act 2, and I thought, man, if there was anything important about the Straw Hats, this actually could have meant something, because there was something that happened that, like, could have actually meant something for Usopp. And that was when, like, the consequences of Usopp's lying, of how that could impact him. Because, like, I've complained about this ad nauseum about how none of the Straw Hats' roles, like, their stereotypes that they fit into when they started to try and meld into the Wano culture, how none of it went anywhere and all of it was meaningless. But one of the more curious ones was Usopp being like a snake oil salesman, you know, just lying to people and giving them stuff, and then selling his snake oil or toad oil as like a one-all cure for everything. But then whenever Yasu gets shot up and Toko comes, she tries to apply Usopp's oil to him, saying, "This oil, I got this from a salesman in Wano. It'll make you feel better." And like Usopp's like, "Oh shit, I was lying." And like that, this is all like, you be better, you fucking idiot. Grow up. Imagine watching the consequences of your lying play out in front of you and just like, no shame. Dumb. Drizzt, I hate the Usopp moment more than Nami. This man's seen admirals fighting people who are stronger than Ulti. He's scared and a coward. There's an argument to be made. I think there's a slight defense for Usopp in that situation, though, because they are just words. It's just the way that Usopp says it. Like, the entire scenario with the Ulti stuff, it's drawn so weird, because it's so comedic in nature. There is no serious aspect to it whatsoever. So the tone is just completely botched the entire time. Who's the better character, Yamato or Ulti? Well, I mean, character? Ulti. I mean, because there's not much to Ulti. Although there could have been, in my mind, obviously as I'm reading, I'm just thinking of way things could have turned out different. And I think there was a different way to go about like the Ulti Nami stuff that could have played in better with Sanji. So my idea was this would cover one of the glaring plot holes in Act 2, which is Sanji not doing what he was supposed to do and actually beating Page 1. But it would have been, you could have gone somewhere with like Sanji refusing to like fight women, so you wouldn't even have to include Black Maria to like force the fight, because that shit was pathetic with Black Maria. But like if Sanji actually beat up Page 1 and word got around that it was him, his identity got exposed, Ulti finds out, Ulti could try to fight Sanji, and then Nami can kind of come in there. There's more of like a natural progression throw off of stuff. Ulti could have been stronger, whatever. It kind of goes back to how the dog shit in Eni's lobby. It's a more natural way of doing it, but whatever. That Black Maria stuff was just so incoherent, so forced, not natural at all. It's just a shame because I really like Nami's fiery personality and her climb attack and weather patterns. So yeah, I mean, that was Nami at her peak, man. And now she's just some girl, you know? Kya. Just regarding what you said about Usopp not showing remorse with the total, he's a pirate, so you could say that he feels kind of bad but not remorseful. Well, the major thing is it could have gone somewhere. Like, you know, it could have mattered. There could have been anything with Usopp's character in general. I'm just saying it's one of those things where it's like you could incorporate the character's tendencies to, you know, do something with them. That could have been used for something. Nah. But no. Fuck it. I mean, I agree, Taco. Drizzt, do you think that Jinbei should have fought and defeated Jack? Should have? I mean, I don't know about should, but could it have happened? Sure, why not? Now, the better option was always if Jack was just not dog shit, and Nekomushi and Inuarashi had a duo fight against him. That wasn't ass. That was always the better route to go because it could have, like, if remember how people used to care about the Dukes? Man, those characters could have gone somewhere. Jack could have meant something, but no. Like, fucking Jesus Christ. Just, do you think Nami and Robin have chances to do good in the future? Since I've seen people who didn't like or care Sakura Naruto and I have a positive opinion on Sakura and Boruto. Well, I mean, this is actually kind of that's a weird comparison because like Naruto's over, so like they're changing their idea about Sakura by looking at her in a different series. I mean, you can never get rid of the stain. Do I think Robin and Nami will have a chance to do good again in the future? Not in a way that's really going to matter or change the way that you think about them. It's an irrelevant question, but do you use any streaming service like Netflix or Crunchyroll or something like that? I do not have a Netflix account. I do not watch Crunchyroll. I have no. The only streaming service I watch are like YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, you know, Glam's gonna come in when Jinbei comes in. Speaking of which, this is something I was actually going to bring up, but Glam mentioned it, so I'll bring it up here just for conversation. Whatever happened to that fourth commander? That guy was definitely in the spread. There was 100% another character there. Who the fuck is that guy? What happened to him? Oh, you don't have to tell me, Ferrati. Fourth commander, yeah. There's on the spread where Odin's castle's being burned down. There's a panel of all of the commanders on the side, And there was 100% of fourth commander there. It was hotly debated at the time that there was a fourth commander shown there that we had not seen yet. All right, let me see if I can find the panel for you guys. What fucking chapter was this? Jesus Christ, this chapter name is hideous. Also, guys, you remember when Odin had a mustache? And then it got... Oda's like, yeah, I should not put in a mustache in. All right, so I found it. Now, this is obviously up to interpretation and could be proven true or false at any time. But the reason people believe this at the time is because there were 4 commanders in Big Mom's crew. Snack, who then got demoted. So we thought that the structures of the pirate crews would be similar. Let me see. Let me put this over here. So people thought that there was a character out of view here in the top right. So you see Queen here, and then there's like, you could almost make out whether or not that's like fodder or stuff, or like some bulky thing. There could be like a 4th character on the right that was just out of view that no one saw. That was the thought at the time. People thought there was a 4th commander just like Snack and blah blah blah. Now, or at least had the foresight to put this like detail as like that could just be anything on the right, but it also could have been another person. So it's an idea that could have been easily scrapped if it was real. Isn't that just Queen's gun hand? I don't know. Like what is that? What is that shape? It almost looks like something's in front, right? It could be. I don't know. That was the idea, though. At the time this chapter came out, people were thinking this was the 4th commander, so that the crew structures would remain consistent. But obviously, it could have been anything, so it wasn't like actually guaranteed. What chapter is this? Chapter 920. In the amazingly titled chapter, For the Love of Odin. There is an image that's not the full panel. Yeah, I thought there was a bigger one, but I couldn't find it. Where's the full panel? Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, is this it? Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. I'll put it up on the screen right now. So you see, whatever the fuck this is on the right, I don't even know what that is, man. You could argue that there's like 2 dots for eyes here and like there's some bullshit here. It's really honestly hard to make out, but this looks like a person to many people. It could just be fodder, but at the time there were 3 definitive commanders here, and then like, what is this? This does not appear to be Queen's body. This looks like a face. So yeah, now you have to imagine that there's got to be something to that. There would be no reason to put like a random fodder soldier there. In line with the commanders, that has to be a person. So at some point in time during Wano, you could argue that there was literally a 4th commander. And Oda scrapped that idea for whatever fucking reason. It's one of the numbers? Maybe. Maybe it's a number. I don't know. But, that's the reason why the theory existed. It's Joker. Could have been. It could have been. We had the card themes going on there. Jack is allegedly 8 years old there for some reason. Why didn't we see young Jack? What was the point of him being a kid if we didn't see him, man? Like, what the hell? What's your favorite Sanji fight? Bro. Favorite Sanji fight? Jesus. There's not really many to choose from. I used to say Bon Clay, but the Bon Clay fights, the Nami aspect to it kind of annoys me. It's going to be between Kurobi, Bon Clay, Jabra, and Gin. Why is Jack a character at all? Good question. Drizzt, it still strikes me as now that there was no ace card commander. No ace in the hole. I don't know. Maybe Kaido was the ace. And it was just never stated. Who was the best written female in Wano? My God. Toko? Might be Toko. You thought Yamato's was... Could be. But, there's a reason to argue that Kaido could be the ace, so you could have, like, a thematic thing of, like, the ace of each crew goes up, like, Robin's, like, Luffy's our ace, or whatever, our trump card in Dressrosa. Like, the trump card against Kaido. Kaido's the ace in the hole for for the Beast Pirates because no one can beat him in a 1v1. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. There's stuff you could argue for that can make sense, but does it really matter? Eh. Oh, I mean, I talked about that in my first downfall video, Mr. Talk About It. I brought up the interviews Oda talking about him and his thought process towards drawing fights and stuff. This chat is an echo chamber. You should have a stream where you discuss with someone who has opposing viewpoints. Bro, this is the first time I streamed like a month and a half. Where's this coming from? I'm just talking. Drizzt, the leaks also mention Akaino's past is very emotional. Yeah, Akainu. Does it ever mention him doing anything? Would you consider Dofi to be Kaido's unofficial fourth commander? Would I consider it? I mean, not really. The guy who made the leaks made a threat admitting it was all fanfic. Did he? Shock. The leaks mentioned Emu allying with Blackbeard against Luffy and Luffy allying with Kaido and Big Mom. Amazing. Any follow up, KK? It's funny you say that, Harveston, because at the point in time, Dofi was not strong. But you better believe the next time we see Dofi, he's going to be strong as fuck. He's going to be strong. The power skill is whoop. Boom. He's in the story currently. He's got to be stronger, baby. Yo, night Katakuri. The Impel Down is about to go crazy on Dofi's power levels. It just, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. And people are going to be like, yeah, Dofi was always this strong. Yeah, bring me back to the Dofi versus Cracker days, man. Yeah, that's how you know it's Cap, Gunter. Yo, KK, where you at? Follow up? This is an open chat, believe it or not, KK. You can follow up with something. It's cool, bro. I used to deal with Thaddeus, so this is nothing. What are my rankings for Luffy's best finishers? All that matters is Jet Gatling. Low key, his stomp on Arlong. That's an underrated one. The stomp on Arlong's pretty cool. What about Gomu Gomu no Storm against Enel? Yeah, it's good. I don't rank it as high because there are a few things I can nitpick from it that are like, yeah, that could have been better. It's not bad though. It's not bad. There's like weight that comes behind it that matters more. Like I like Crocodile better, in that way. No, that's Rifle against Enel. Storm is Crocodile. Yeah, Crocodiles is pretty good. Just, but I want the part without Kiji and the battery to become true. Stop it. Gum Gum Golden Rifle Peak. It's like, I like it. Just why do you think Oda introduced the Seraphim slash the Lunarians? I mean, there's no reason to think deeply about the Lunarian stuff. That's just another race, which apparently there's just races popping up everywhere now. Kuma's apparently a new race. King's a new race. Yeah, that slaveholder in Sabaody was lacking. Of course, how could you forget the zombie theory? What's the best fight in Hunter? Hunter. Uh. Hmm. Hisoka versus Gon. Also, I forget the guy's name. Who's the guy that Hisoka makes a show out of by intentionally losing his arms to? What is his name? I forget his name. Because that would be up there too for me, because I really like the way that was done. Castro, that's what it was. Castro. That's a good fight. I like that one. Yeah, those would probably be my top two. Gon versus Hisoka, and then Hisoka versus Castro. Well, those fights are Nen. What? That's not before Nen. Crollo trolling Silva and Zeno was cool too. Yeah, that's true. I like that as well. Kurapika versus Evogan is it's solid, although I think it's kind of overrated. For me, there's not as many enjoyable aspects to it as like some of the other fights in terms of like entertainment, but it's solid. Meruem versus Netero fight was cool for the spectacle. Yeah, that fight's alright. Like I said, I don't consider that like a top tier fight. But it's alright. Netero's cool. Netero makes the fight, and Meruem is cool with his one-liners. But I don't consider it top tier or anything. Gon versus the Bomber. Yeah, that one's alright. That one's alright. Not bad at all. Oh, should start using AI art generators. The panning would get better. Now, no, the potential interesting thing about AI art is that if it really does get like to the next level, anyone could become an artist, baby. You can make your own manga. Just tell it what to write, tell it what to draw, customize it. That could be interesting. But you just don't have them draw hands, you know? Yeah, UFO versus the Shadow Beast. That was cool. Did I dislike any Hunter x Hunter arcs? If so, why? Actively dislike? Low key this arc. But other than this arc, do I actively dislike other arcs? Eh, I wouldn't say there's any arc in Hunter x Hunter I actively dislike. Drizzt, why do you think Oda treats the admirals while governing the Gorosei as weaklings and idiots? That's a good question. Maybe because he thinks it doesn't affect the way that they appear in the story. Maybe it's something he doesn't care about, like the potential negatives from their actions. It's honestly a wonder. I don't know. Like, there's no real good reason for it. You know? I can't give you one. You definitely actively disliked Succession War? I did say this one, Glam. All right, I said outside of this one. What the fuck? What is Succession? Oh, do I actively dislike Succession War, Glam? Or do I just vehemently hate one part of it? Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple other parts that I don't like either. But do I actively dislike it as a whole? How far does that scene get me, though, Glam? That's the question. How far does the goatness get me? Yeah, well, true. It is fair to say that I do dislike the Succession War. Uh, I'm absolutely hating my time. Yeah, have we even gotten to the goatness yet, Glam? That's the thing. Oh, fucking Succession War, dude. Jesus. Ugh. Yeah, Togashi is definitely stretching my patience with this bullshit. Oh my gosh. Do I think Fiji is a genius? Which Fiji we talking about? Succession War will pick up once Leorio takes center stage. Jesus. Am I dropping Hunter x Hunter? It depends. It depends. Peak fiction sword swallowing Fiji. Why would you ask me if I think Fiji's a genius? What prompted this? Drizzt, I've been enjoying the Secession War outside of 360 to 370 chapter portion, which I thought was the weakest part of it, though I have not read the new chapters yet. Yeah, I think that there are several things structurally which Togashi does in Secession War, which is some of the stupidest shit and most boring things I've ever seen an author do. And it's totally a Togashi thing to do, and it's one of his greatest weaknesses. Like I said before, I think the Secession War is, in many ways, Togashi's bad habits at their worst. Weed. At least that's a good answer. Is Togashi high in his own farts? I don't even know if. I mean, he might be high considering how much back pain he's got. Why is Radman such a god at analyzing Bleach? He just gets it and no one else does, man. That's it. That's my guy. Rad Goater. No one understands the sword as my blade more than Radman. Saying Secession War is bloated is actually being kind to the word bloated. Like it is beyond unnecessarily convoluted with boring characters. It's ironic because if Togashi keeps doing what he's doing, he may just do a warp boat arc then, or maybe he already has to some degree than Berserk. I think I would rather read the boat arc than watch these mafia fucks. Do I like any of the princes? Sure. I like the fourth prince. And I actually like those two girls where one of them died. I actually like them, and the cat chick's alright. Do you think Oda changed Green Bull's character design to make Shanks scaring him look cooler? Just to make Shanks. Well, he obviously that obviously wasn't planned from the beginning. And do you think Oda cares about the fact that he killed his own power scaling? No. The latter is definitely no, because Oda definitely does not believe that. Do I think he changed Green Bull? Why did he change Green Bull's design? I'm not sure. I think based on what Green Bull's original design looked, I think his original design might have been better. But I mean, he looks like a vice admiral, just some dude, maybe from Brooklyn. You like the first, second, fourth, ninth, and the twins. The second is my favorite. Yeah, I think he should have capped it out at 4 princes or 5 princes, to be honest. Would have been a lot more interesting. 40 princes is like, that's a lot of fodder. Why is this guard talking? The only thing what Oda knows what power skilling means. He knows to some degree. Man, just imagine how good the Secession War would be if there was no mafia, only the princes and the main characters, and like the conflicts that actually matter. Man, if you streamline this, ooh, it'd be fire. Well, we gotta judge through the sludge. Miyazaki's poison swamps. Who do I think will defeat Green Bull? Well, as does the things go. Opponents are given to players based on personality, and Sanji will always get the worst fighter in every arc, the biggest joke character. So surely Sanji has to fight Green Bull because they both suck. You know, Green Bull will be screaming the entire time. He'll be like, "I like ladies." Oda will bring that back, and he'll look at Nami, and Sanji will be like, I want her to peg me. No, me. About the Diablo Jambe, some I'm gonna turn your leaves into some lettuce so I can cook them. You know, it'll be a really gay fight. Indeed, but I always saw Sanji fighting Kizaru. Yeah, see, he might fight Kizaru, but Kizaru's got to really just be more stupid and unrespectable. Like, as we've seen, Lucky Roo is a joke-looking character. All the second commanders are frauds to some degree. And whoever it is that Sanji fights has got to be a comedy character. He's just got to have no respect in the story, and he's just got to be a joke, you know? Kizaru is kind of funny in like an unintentional sort of way, you know? If he starts fucking up some more, then the argument gets stronger for Sanji fighting him. But Sanji can only fight people that aren't raw. So that's just the way it is. And Kizaru's kind of raw because he's about it. Green Bull's, his public image is ruined now, so that vastly increases the chances that Sanji can fight him. Do you think if Big Mom was a man, she would have better writing? Yeah, probably. Unironically, that's probably the case. I mean, it might not be much better, but it'd probably just be better overall. Who do I think Zoro would fight? I mean, come on. We already know who Zoro would fight. He would fight Beckman, and then Beckman would block one of his swords with a gun, and he'd be like, huh? What, you're not fighting with a sword? And Beckman's like, this is my sword. And then Sanji will fight Lucky Roo. The fat fuck. And Lucky would be like, I'm faster than I look. And Sanji would be like, oh, Diablo chicken. And then some stupid shit happens. How do I feel about Alabasta? Great arc. What about Nami? She usually fights girls. Well, we have countermeasures for this. Nami just won't fight anyone from Shanks' crew. Nami, there'll be an Elbath, and there'll be some like really shit character that is like there's like some random Elbath child, and the character like steals their sippy cup, and Nami's like, I'll never forgive you. And then they fight, and then Nami coincidentally wins the fight by having Zeus win for her after saying Luffy will be the Pirate King. And then all the Nami fans will be pleased. That's because the link expired, Hugin. I'm sorry. I'll replace it with post-haste. La la la, invite people. All right, Hugo. The stream will update, and then there'll be a new thing for you. Do you think there is merit to the idea that Luffy meets Shanks and Shanks dies shortly afterwards? Yeah, why wouldn't there be any merit to it? Either that or she fights the monkey. No, because the monkey's probably a guy, so it might not work. What do you think happens to Whole Cake Island and the Big Mom crew now? I mean, nothing really, right? I mean, nothing's going to happen. I mean, this seems like they just came for big puds and walked away, so I mean, they should be fine. Blackbeard wasn't there to take the territory, obviously. And there's no other Yonko that matters that's around. So they should be relatively safe. Well, government ain't gonna do shit. But Big Mom's still alive and well, so we'll see what happens with her. Am I tired of blowouts in NBA games? I mean, of course, closer games are more exciting. Actually, what I would like is I would just like if the refs were just ridiculously hard on calling fouls. Like no more carries and stuff like that. They were just calling people for traveling and carrying the ball. That would be wonderful. I would love to see just superstars just absolutely pissed. Do I think Whitebeard's death will feel meaningless if Weevil ends up being his clone? Well, not really, because he's not a good clone. you know? All right, boys. I've been streaming for 5 hours. So let's do another 10 minutes of questions. And I'll wrap it up here. And then I will upload the stream this time. Promise. What do I think of the One Piece RPG, Drizzt? Well, I haven't played it. It doesn't look good. It's a One Piece / anime game. Given how much of a Destiny Child Luffy has now become, would you prefer Ace, Sabo, or anyone else as the MC? Well, I like Ace more. But, does it really matter because some bullshit would have happened? Any one of them would have been a Destiny Child if they were the main characters. It doesn't really matter who it is. That would have been a good idea, DJ. Do I think Moriya's fruit will end up getting used like Edo Tensei? There was always the possibility of that happening. Now, this could be a first, though, because we have the possibility of like a double Edo Tensei. We could have like the clone Edo Tenseis, and we could have shadow Edo Tenseis. That's double Edo Tensei if things go absolutely horribly wrong. Post timeskip Straw Hats were all clones. Our favorite pre timeskip Straw Hats would never be this terrible and static. You know what? That is some good cope. I will take that. I'm not gonna. I know there's a lot to it, Superb, but I'm not gonna go all over all of that stuff. Besides, I think someone said that the guy came out and said that it was all fanfic. Shouldn't the Scabbards find Yamato's gag offensive since they knew and respected Oden? Imagine if a character came up to Luffy and kept repeating, "I'm porting as the ace." Well, we know how Luffy would respond. He just, oh, should they find it offensive? I mean, I think there are ways you could argue that they wouldn't necessarily be automatically offended. It just comes off as weird at first. Drizzt, please stop. I don't want the 4th Great Ninja War double Edo Tensei. At least Kishi wrote it decently. Yeah? I can't imagine that a double Edo Tensei on One Piece would be the worst case scenario for me. Listen, there's plenty of other things we could add in there. Alright? Thank you, Drizzt, for keeping it real once again. Yes, I said things you agree with. Let's go. Listen, I always keep it real. You vibe me? I agree with my slat glam. What would be worse than that? Listen, I can think of things. Edo Tensei is one thing, but what if really some really bad things start happening to the characters? There could be some really bad things. Yo, thanks, Shiro. Thank you, everyone, for being around this long. Appreciate it. Had fun. Chat was more active than I thought it would be. This will be up on the backup channel. And until next time, see ya.